Chapter 1669. On Mount Amay in the land of Sichuan, more than 10 Buddhas, Taoists, and itinerant immortals were silent in the Golden Roof Hall. A heavy atmosphere filled the hall. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? After a moment, Qi Shuming, who was the leader and host of Mount Amay, asked. Although it's only for a moment, the other party should be a divine immortal. On the right side of the hall, a middle-aged old man wearing a light-colored Taoist robe with the pattern of Tai Chi 8 trigrams on the sleeves said with a calm expression, "Are you sure, Taoist brother, E?" A short, white-haired and old Taoist dressed in a dark robe, who was also sitting on the right side of the row chair, hurriedly asked, "I'm quite accomplished in divination, so I shouldn't be wrong." The middle-aged man glanced at the person who spoke and said lightly, "This person's surname was E, and his full name was Yi Zhou. He was born in the South Sea and was the hall master of the Black Turtle Hall in the South Sea. He had the cultivation of a divine immortal, but because he didn't have enough cultivation points, he couldn't ascend to heaven. Because he still had some concerns in the world, he got involved with Mount Amay with the idea of seeking happiness for his descendants. He was proficient in shipbuilding and innate divination, especially in the aspect of innate divination. Even in the original work, he was praised by Lord Huanju. It could be said that he was one of the best in divination in the whole of Mount Shu. This time, he was invited by Mount Amay to come here and work together to divine the variables of the heavenly design. What Taoist brother Yi Zhou said should be right. An old woman dressed like a nun closed her eyes and gently twirled prayer beads with her fingers. The other party only has the cultivation of a divine immortal, but we can't divine it clearly even if we work together. In the end, we even suffered a backlash from the heavenly design. I think the other party should have a treasure that can block the heavenly design." An old monk wearing a plain yellow robe and hanging a string of 108 Arhut rosary beads on his neck said. As soon as he said that, the hall that had just become a little lively became silent again. Everyone who was sitting frowned. I guess this kind of treasure shouldn't be effective all the time. It should be activated by the owner. So let's take a break first. After 2 hours, we will work together again. We should be able to catch the other party. The monk who spoke earlier said again. Good. The others thought for a while. They also felt that it was reasonable and agreed in unison. After that, no one said anything else. They closed their eyes and silently circulated their primordial spirits. He entered the state of meditation. For a moment, the entire hall became quiet. There was not even the slightest sound of breathing. Amidst this tranquility, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Fong Yi arrived, he didn't need anyone to remind him. Everyone who had been in a trance, comprehending the Tao, praying to Buddha, and meditating came back to their senses. Fellow Taoists, are you ready? Qi Shuming asked from the main seat. Everyone nodded slightly in response. Then let's begin, Qi Shuming said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, golden, silver, and green Buddhist lights immediately bloomed from the bodies of the Buddhas, Taoists, and itinerant immortals present. They intertwined with each other, forming a vast light curtain that enveloped the entire hall. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure spread out, turning the entire Amay Golden Peak into a forbidden area where birds and beasts were extinct. But this time, this situation didn't last for long. In just a dozen seconds, there was a muffled groan in the hall. The light curtain instantly shattered, revealing the figures of the Buddhas, Taoists, and itinerant immortals with their eyebrows slightly furrowed. "We've miscalculated." One of them sighed. "We've indeed miscalculated." The monk who spoke earlier chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice and continued. Then, some of the itinerant immortals in the hall dressed as Taoists all looked at Qi Shuming, who was sitting on the main seat, wanting to see his decision. "Let's end it here for today. 5 days later, we'll calculate again to determine the real culprit. What do you think?" Qi Shuming slowly opened her closed eyes. Her gaze swept across everyone present as she spoke. Okay. Everyone in the hall agreed one after another. "Men," Qi Shuming, who received the answer, called out loudly. "Sect Master." A disciple quickly ran into the hall and bowed with cupped fists. take the masters and Taoists to rest. Qi Shuming said. Yes. The disciple accepted the order. In that case, we'll take our leave first. In the hall, the Buddhists dressed as monks and nuns, and several itinerant immortals dressed as Taoists stood up and said. Then, they turned around and left the hall with the Amei disciples who led the way. In a short while, only the Amei sect's own people, such as Zuanzinzi, Kucho, the Miaoi couple, Master Cloud Eater, and others, as well as Izhou from the Black Tortoise Palace of the South Sea, the short old man Zhu Mei from the Qingchang sect, and the old man Bai Gai from the cloud-chasing sect were left in the hall. Everyone. In the main hall, several people began to discuss the grand plan regarding Amei. 5 days later, in the same Amei Golden Summit Hall, the Buddhists, Taoists, and itinerant immortals gathered in the hall again and sat down in the same seats as last time. I hope we can find a real culprit this time. Qi Shuming sighed softly. We can definitely do it. Miaoi's wife, Sun Lanin, comforted her husband. Everyone, let's begin. Qi Shuming turned to her wife and smiled gently. Then, she turned her head to look at the people in the hall and raised her voice. After saying that, the people did not hesitate. Once again, they operated the great secret art and worked together to calculate the heavenly mystery. For a moment, a bright light curtain rose from the hall and shrouded everyone in it. The hall was illuminated in gold and jade, as if it was a wonderful, immortal residence or a whirling world. It was beautiful and fantastical. However, the result this time was the same as last time. After only 10 seconds, a muffled groan suddenly sounded from the hall, breaking the atmosphere and shattering the light curtain. The figures of the Buddhists and Taoists reappeared. At this time, whether it was the eminent monks of Buddhism or the itinerant immortals of Taoism, they all frowned. Their faces revealed a dignified expression. I didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult to deal with. Qi Shuming's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said in a deep voice, What are you going to do, fellow Taoist? The itinerant immortal, cloud-chasing old man Bai Gai, who was wearing a white robe and had a much smaller stature than the average person, asked solemnly. Hearing Bai Gai's inquiry, the few people dressed in Taoist attire all looked at Qi Shuming. Divine Nun, Great Master, can I ask you to help me calculate again? After a moment of silence, Qi Shuming, who did not answer Bai Gai's question, turned her head to look at the Buddhists and asked, Master Qi, are you still not giving up? The old woman dressed in a gray nun attire stopped spinning the beads in her hand and asked faintly, Divine Nun, you've misunderstood. This time, I'm not calculating that person. I'm calculating the whereabouts of another person who is crucial to Amei. Qi Shuming shook her head slightly and said softly, Clearly, the person she wanted to calculate was the main character of the calamity, Li Yingqiong, who had yet to be found. Initially, Qi Shuming did not intend to let anyone other than Amei know about this matter. However, after many attempts by the people of Amei, they still could not find the whereabouts of Li Ning and Li Yingqiong. In addition, now that there was an enemy who wanted to ruin the prosperity of Amei, they could not care less about hiding it. They wanted to take this opportunity to find Li Yingqiong's whereabouts. After all, the 3 Valiant and 2 Clouds had said that the Master of Ziying would not be able to complete the cycle without the heavenly mandate. Oh! The Divine Nun looked at Qi Shuming in surprise. Please assist me, Divine Nun, Qi Shuming gently said. The Divine Nun looked away and nodded slightly, agreeing to her request. Please assist me, fellow Taoists. Qi Shuming turned her head to the others and said. Obviously, the others did not turn down her request. Afterwards, Qi Shuming closed her eyes and focused. She circulated her profound technique and calculated Li Yingqiong's whereabouts. The others did not hesitate when they saw this. They all circulated their profound techniques and shone with bright light. They intertwined with the light around Qi Shuming to assist her in her divination. 10 seconds later, Qi Shuming let out a muffled groan. Junior brother? Zuanzinzi gently called out. It's that person, Qi Shuming said with a heavy voice with a slightly pale face. Senior brother, are you saying that the person responsible for the calamity is in that person's hands? Ku Tuchuo's face became even more bitter as he asked. Qi Shuming nodded slightly, confirming Ku Tuchuo's words. This? Sun Laning's expression changed when she heard that. A great enemy, Qi Shuming coldly said. The other people of Amei all nodded in agreement with sunken faces. Fellow Bai, fellow Taoists, it looks like we'll have to move forward. Qi Shuming sucked in a deep breath and raised her head to look at the people in the hall. She said sternly. Apart from the Buddhists, all the other Taoist expressions changed when they heard that. Their hearts began to thump. What about Xian Temple? Bai Gai asked. His usual hiding place was in Chengdu, which was not far from Xian Temple. In addition, as a hardcore supporter of Amei, he was fully aware of Amei's purpose in keeping the demons of Xian Temple alive. That was why he asked. Let junior brother Zui move around, Zhuan Zenzi replied. After that, the people in the hall had a simple exchange of opinions, as well as various problems that might arise if they changed their course of action. Then, they politely sent everyone away from Amei and gave the disciples the task of going out to search for opportunities in practice. For a time, a large number of Amei disciples received their master's orders and went down the mountain with their friends to begin their practice. The world of Shu Mountain began to operate, although it was a world of Shu Mountain without Liang Xiong. More than half a month later. Phew, I've finally derived it. Sei Ito, who was sitting in his home in the center of the Rubik's Cube world, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and said softly. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In the next moment, Sei Ito appeared in the mountains of the eastern forest. Chapter 1670. P.S. Thank you to XX1983, Chaos, and King of Wolves for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato for his tip. P.S. My back is starting to hurt again. This time it's even worse. It hurts when I breathe too hard. I don't know if it's because of the cold or if it's because of my gallbladder. Mingyang, Sei Ito greeted. Martial uncle. Hearing the greeting, Mingyang, who was meditating, quickly got out of her meditative state and greeted Sei Ito. Not bad. Sei Ito's gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He looked Mingyang up and down and nodded in praise. At this time, in the eyes of Ito's Sei, Mingyang's aura had changed greatly. Not only was her aura much purer, almost reaching the level of righteousness, but her temperament had also changed a lot, seeming somewhat extraordinary. Although there was still no obvious change in her face, she no longer gave people the feeling that she was an alien like before. Instead, she gave people the feeling that she was an alien. Since it's like this, I'll teach you the technique now. After speaking, without waiting for Mingyang's response, he pointed with his finger. A ray of white light shot out from his finger and entered Mingyang's mind. In an instant, Mingyang only felt dizzy. Large amounts of words and pictures quickly appeared in her mind, and then turned into nothingness, leaving only the most basic part of qi cultivation clearly in her mind. There's a restriction on the technique that I added. If your realm isn't high enough, you won't be able to see it. I don't want you to go too far and damage your foundation. Sei Ito said calmly. Mingyang understands. Mingyang came back to her senses and respectfully replied. That's enough. Cultivate well. After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Mingyang. In the next moment, he appeared in the cave where the father and daughter of the Li family were. At this moment, Li Ning and Liang Xiong were seated around a stone table. They were drinking tea as they chatted leisurely, discussing some matters related to cultivation. But most of the time, it was all thanks to Li Ning's rich experience. He explained to Liang Xiong how to behave and do things. You father and daughter are really free. Looking at the two people in the cave, Ito, Sei chuckled. Young master, senior brother. Hearing Sei Ito's voice, Li Ning and Liang Xiong hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. No need to be so polite. Sei Ito waved his hand. Then he flipped his palm. 3 bright red pills appeared in Sei Ito's palm. This is a vermilion fruit. Both of you take one each. Sei Ito whispered to Li Ning and Liang Xiong as he used his psychokinesis to deliver 2 cinnabar fruits to them. This is the vermilion fruit? Li Ning asked in surprise. Obviously, as a veteran of the Jianghu, he had more or less heard of the legendary vermilion fruit. Father, what is a cinnabar fruit? Li Yingxiong, who had taken the cinnabar fruit, asked curiously. It is a heavenly treasure. Eating it can increase one's power and improve one's physique to a certain extent. Without waiting for Li Ning to answer, Seito explained the effects of the cinnabar fruit. That's right. Li Ning nodded in agreement. When Li Yingxiong heard that it could increase her power, she had long been envious of the flying sword technique. However, due to her lack of cultivation base, she opened her mouth and swallowed the vermilion fruit without hesitation. As a heavenly treasure, the cinnabar fruit was like an ordinary pill. It was full of miraculous properties. As soon as it entered her mouth, it melted into a clear stream and flowed down Li Yingxiong's throat into her stomach. In an instant, Li Yingxiong only felt her body heat up, and a powerful spiritual energy immediately burst out in her body. Hurry up and absorb it, Seito shouted. As he shouted, Li Yingxiong's body shook, and she immediately sat down cross-legged. She silently used the pill technique to refine and absorb the spiritual energy of the cinnabar fruit. Seeing that his daughter had entered a state of mind, Li Ning was no longer worried. He also swallowed the cinnabar fruit and sat down cross-legged to digest the extra energy in his body. Seeing that the two of them had entered a state of mind, Seito smiled and looked down at the remaining cinnabar fruit in his hand. He waved his hand and took a piece of jade from the void. Flames appeared in his hand, and he refined the jade into a small square jade box. Then he placed the cinnabar fruit in the jade box and closed the lid. He formed a seal and placed a restriction on the jade box to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Then, Itose walked to the stone table and sat down. He put the jade box on the table and reached out for a clean teacup. He then drank by himself. After a short moment, a long exhalation was heard. Li Yingxiong's eyelids trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes abruptly. 2-inch-long rays of spiritual light instantly shot out from her eyes like lightning, illuminating the somewhat dim cave. Lightning in an empty room. This was a profound realm of martial arts. At the same time, it was also a proof that one could use spiritual energy to nourish their soul. Li Yingxiong jumped up from the ground with a face full of surprise. It seems that your harvest is not bad. Seito smiled. Li Yingxiong smiled and pointed at the teacup on the table. Then, the teacup trembled slightly and floated up from the table. This was the most basic method of using the soul, object manipulation. Not bad. Seito smiled. Then, senior apprentice brother, shouldn't you give me what you promised me? Li Yingxiong's eyes were full of expectation. No rush, no rush. Seito calmly waved his hand. Senior apprentice brother. Li Yingxiong frowned, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. However, at this moment, a powerful aura instantly erupted from Li Ning's body, forcing Li Yingxiong, who was unable to defend herself in time, to retreat a distance to the side. He actually entered the core gestation stage. Seito ignored the aura that exploded from Li Ning's body and raised his eyebrows. There were very few ancient golden core techniques. There were only a few: chi refining, foundation establishment, core gestation, core formation, and finally the golden core realm, which could be said to run through the entire cultivation system. There was nothing much to say about chi refining and foundation establishment. They were basically two in one. The biggest difference was that after foundation establishment, one could activate their spiritual energy and use the object manipulation technique that Li Yingxiong had just used. If one wanted to control a flying sword, they would need to use other secret techniques that could reduce the difficulty. However, the core gestation stage was different. This was the stage that laid the foundation for the golden core stage. It could be said that it was extremely important. In the entire cultivation system, it was the second most time-consuming stage after the golden core stage. However, at this moment, there were some commonly categorized spells and talisman techniques. There was no problem with simple magic treasures. Next was core formation. One would solidify the core chi and form the golden core. This stage was not much different from the core gestation stage. The only difference was that the power of spells and magic treasures would become stronger. One's magic power would become stronger. It was slightly stronger than the combat power of the core gestation stage. Finally, there was the golden core stage. However, in the golden core stage, there was another classification system, the golden core 9 refinement stage. First refinement stage, second refinement stage, third refinement stage, fourth refinement stage, fifth refinement stage, sixth refinement stage, seventh refinement stage, eighth refinement stage, and finally, the ninth refinement stage. Li Ning released his aura for a full 5 to 6 minutes before calming down and slowly disappearing. Then, Li Ning's eyelids moved slightly, and he withdrew from the meditative state. Young master, Li Ning opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. He cupped his fists and called out, "Congratulations." Seito chuckled. "This is all thanks to you, young master," Li Ning said humbly. Seito, who did not intend to argue with Li Ning over this matter, nodded slightly and turned his head to look at Li Yingxiong again. "Yingxiong," Seito called out softly. "Senior brother, why are you calling me?" Li Yingxiong said stiffly. Clearly, she was still angry at him. "Ah, since Sister Yingxiong doesn't want to talk to me, then forget it. It's a pity that I went through so much trouble to find you a flying sword." Seito pretended to shake his head in disappointment and pretended to stand up. "Senior brother." Li Yingxiong immediately changed her tone and greeted him when she heard the words flying sword. When she saw Seito's half-smile, she snorted and said unhappily, "Senior brother, you only know how to tease me." "Ah, the joy of playing with girls is endless fun." Seito dragged out his voice as if he was reciting lines in Peking opera. "Humph." Li Yingxiong snorted angrily. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore." Seito chuckled and took the Nanmingli fire sword with a flip of his hand. As soon as the sword appeared, a blazing force and fiery red light instantly filled the cave. Seeing the Nanmingli fire sword in Seito's hand, Li Yingxiong's eyes were filled with love. "Go. This is the master I found for you," Seito said softly. With that, he threw the sword to Li Yingxiong. When Li Yingxiong saw this, she immediately jumped up from the ground like a spirit marquis. She reached out and grabbed the hilt to the Nanmingli fire sword. She jumped down and quickly danced in the cavern according to the set of sword techniques in her memory. In an instant, the cavern was filled with red light and hot air. Silver light flickered and shot out sharp sword chi, leaving finger-wide sword marks on the walls and floor of the cavern. "Huh!" At this moment, a delicate shout was heard. The Nanmingli fire sword immediately turned into a red light and flew out from Li Yingxiong's hand. It shot towards the stone bed at the side like lightning. Then, with a loud bang, the stone bed exploded, turning into countless pieces of rubble that shot out in all directions. After completing this attack, the Nanmingli fire sword flew back and fell into Li Yingxiong's palm. It was shining with a cold light. "Good sword," Li Yingxiong praised. "This sword is called Nanmingli Fire. It was made by Patriarch Bodhidharma for the purpose of killing demons. It has a special ability. As long as you wear it, you can resist external demons and have a strong restraining effect on evil spirits. Remember to be careful when you use it in the future," Seito said with a solemn expression. "Yes, senior brother," Li Yingxiong said seriously. Seito pointed to the jade box on the stone table and said, "Also, there's a cinnabar fruit in that jade box. It is prepared for Mi Ming's mother. Her vitality is not pure, so it is not easy for her to consume it. So, I will leave it to you for now. Once Mi Ming's vitality is pure, you can give it to her." "Okay." Li Yingxiong nodded and agreed. "That's all. You can continue cultivating. I will be leaving first." After he finished speaking, he nodded to Li Ning and Li Yingxiong and disappeared in front of their eyes. In the next moment, Seito appeared in his home in the southern ecological city. There are a total of 5 fruits on the cinnabar tree. Now that I have used 3, there are 2 left. I will give one to Reina later. As for the other one, let's talk about it later. Say Ito, who sat on the tatami, said to himself. It's not that he didn't want to give the cinnabar fruit to his mother, Eriko, and elder sister, Suzu Ito. It's just that although the cinnabar fruit is good, its effect is limited. It has little effect on Eriko and Suzu Ito, who have already entered the S-class and began to cultivate their soul. At most, it will increase the strength in their body. It's better to give it to newcomers like Li Yingqiong and Li Ning, and to people like Reina Ito who are in the middle of nowhere. Thinking of this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately searched the Rubik's Cube world and found Reina Ito, who was working as a white-collar worker in a company. He summoned her home with his mind. Hey, little brother, what are you doing? Don't you know I'm at work? Reina Ito, who felt the change in space, was stunned at first. However, when she realized that she had returned home, she immediately yelled at Sei Ito, the culprit. At this time, Reina Ito was wearing a dark business suit and a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings and a pair of black high-heel leather shoes. She was wearing a long-sleeved shirt of the same color, but the color was dark. The collar and cuffs were tied tightly. She had a pair of flat glasses on her thin little face. With her short black hair, she looked very elegant. In addition, as a cultivator, Reina Ito's face revealed confidence all the time, and her body faintly exuded a different kind of temperament, making her look like a strong woman in the city. The reason why she was dressed like this was because she had lived in the Rubik's Cube world for a long time. She always felt bored at home, so she wanted to experience the professional life of her elder sister Suzu Ito. So one day, she changed her appearance and applied for a job in a company in the central city of the mainland of the Rubik's Cube world. In the end, she became a small manager. However, because of this, even if there was no shortage of cultivation resources, the current Reina Ito had just stepped into the level A stage. She couldn't even enter the level A+ stage, let alone reach the peak of the level S stage. Eat this thing. Sei Ito was too lazy to talk nonsense with Reina Ito. He directly flipped his hand and summoned a cinnabar fruit and threw it to Reina Ito. What is this? Reina, who reached out to take the cinnabar fruit, was puzzled. Good stuff. Sei Ito curled his lips and said. Reina Ito glanced at Sei Ito. She knew that he wouldn't hurt her, so she didn't hesitate and threw the cinnabar fruit into her mouth. The next moment, a powerful spiritual power instantly burst out in her body. Hurry up and refine it, Sei Ito reminded her. Humph. Reina Ito snorted, quickly took off the shoes on her feet, stretched out her hands, and gently lifted her short skirt and sat down cross-legged. But in this way, due to the support of her legs, her short skirt was completely pushed up to her thighs, completely exposing her lower body to the air. A clear black pattern and the pant line on her nude stockings immediately came into Sei Ito's sight. Chapter 1671. P.S. Thank you to YinXINYin and Malicious Section Blade for their precious monthly votes. P.S. It hurts so much. Sei Ito subconsciously glanced at the seductive scenery revealed by Reina, and then he was speechless. He turned his head and looked to the side, thinking, it's actually a lace series. When did Reina learn to wear this? In his memory, Reina should have always been wearing Holly Kitty or Vic Bear. No matter how bad it was, it should be a normal fabric series. Anyway, it shouldn't be such a sexy lace style. It seems that Reina has also grown up when I wasn't paying attention. Sei Ito secretly sighed with vicissitudes of life. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye while he was lost in his thoughts. At this moment, Ito Reina, who had not changed much, suddenly burst out and turned into a strong wind, raging in the room. Seeing this, Sei Ito quickly used his mind to release psychokinesis to suppress the surrounding, compressing Reina's momentum whirlwind into a range to prevent it from causing any damage to the house. Fortunately, this kind of outbreak came and went quickly. In less than a minute, it calmed down again. It was just that even so, the buttons of the shirt, which was made of ordinary cloth, were still shaken off by her momentum, making the clothes on her body become messy. Half of it covered a tempting white luster. I am promoted? After a while, Ito Reina opened her eyes. She looked down at her hands and was surprised. Just like what she said, the breath coming out of Ito Reina's body was no longer the original A level, but a level higher A+ level. Although it was not the peak of perfection, it was not far from that level. She believed that as long as she practiced diligently for a period of time, she would be able to achieve it smoothly. Yes. Say Ito nodded to confirm. Do you still have this kind of thing? Give me 2 more. Ito Reina raised her head and looked at Sei Ito expectantly. No, Sei Ito said angrily. TSK, stingy. Ito Reina curled her lips and said. Then she stood up and simply straightened her clothes. He walked to the side. He bent down to pick up the leather shoes that she had thrown away earlier and turned to walk into the inner room. As for being exposed, Sei Ito had seen Ito Rita's naked body before, so it was not a problem at all. Anyway, he wasn't an outsider. So be it. It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat. By the way, call big sister and mother out. Ito Sei shouted at Ito Reina's back. Got it, Ito Reina replied casually. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he changed into a new shirt. Rita Ito, who was once again a white-collar professional, appeared in the room together with her mother, Eriko, who was wearing a plain kimono with her black hair tied up high, showing the temperament of a Yamato Nadeshiko, and her elder sister, Suzu Ito, who was wearing casual clothes with her long, straight black hair naturally scattered behind her back. Mother, eldest sister, Sei Ito greeted. Achung, why did you call us here? Eldest sister, Suzu Ito asked. With that said, she and her mother, Eriko, sat down opposite Sei Ito. Among them, her mother, Eriko, was sitting upright, that is, kneeling, because she was wearing a kimono, and her elder sister, Suzu Ito, was sitting sideways very casually with her legs tilted. Little brother, hurry up and send me back, or my salary will be deducted. Without waiting for Sei Ito to answer, Rita Ito quickly said. Sei Ito heard this, shook his head helplessly, and then sent Rita Ito back to the company where she worked. Then, Sei Ito turned his wrist, took out a porcelain bottle, opened the cork, and poured out 2 black gold pills from the porcelain bottle. Just by smelling them, they would feel refreshed. Looking at the pills in Sei Ito's palm, both Eriko and Suzu Ito showed a confused look in their eyes. This is something I found in the outside world. It's a medicinal pill specially used to condense the soul gathering and form refining pill. You and big sister should take it. Ito Sei used psychokinesis to send the medicinal pill to the 2 of them and said. Eriko and Suzu Ito didn't ask much. They nodded, reached out, took the medicinal pills, and swallowed them. As soon as the medicinal pills entered their mouths, they immediately turned into a pool of clear stream, flowing into their bodies as they swallowed, then quickly dissipated, turning into a strange energy that rushed into the minds of Eriko and Suzu Ito. Then, the 2 only felt refreshed, and a sense of satisfaction that they had never felt before immediately rushed into the hearts of Eriko and Suzu Ito. Knowing that this was a good thing, the 2 didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately channeled the family spiritual techniques they cultivated, refining the medicinal power of the medicinal pills with all their strength. Seeing that his mother and elder sister were in the state, Sei Ito left a message in the void, flashed out of the house, and appeared in the yin-yang puppet mechanism in the spirit-eating continent. He found the old man who was meditating in the backyard, Ito Kikujiro, and gave the other soul-gathering form refining pill to the old man to swallow. So far, a total of 6 soul-gathering form refining pills have been used up. Fortunately, even if there is no soul-gathering form refining pill, there is still the 3 yuan spirit consolidating pill from the Guangxing Golden Boat. I don't have to worry about Li Yingqiong and the others not having enough. Thinking of a number of medicinal pills in his hand, Sei Ito couldn't help but think secretly. Still, it's time for me to go out for a stroll. I'll get another treasure along the way and test it out. I'll see if it's the work of a golden immortal, a celestial immortal, or the combined efforts of those arrogant fellows on Mount Amei. Thinking of this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the house in the Chiyo family dam. Standing in the room that was dusty because it had been uninhabited for a long time, Ito was tempted. He released his mental power and went straight to a dilapidated house in the southwest of the Chiyo family dam. In an instant, a young woman in plain clothes with a beautiful face and charming eyes came into Ito's sight. At this time, the woman was squatting on a small table, scrubbing the clothes in the basin like an ordinary peasant woman. Coupled with her hands that were red from the cold and the fragrant sweat on her forehead, she was so lovable that one couldn't wait to go up and help her. Seeing that she was still there, Ito nodded slightly and left a wisp of mental power on her. Then, he flashed and disappeared from the room, moving toward the Yungue Plateau. This time, his destination was the Golden Stone Gorge, and the target he was looking for was the cave residence of the former Qin, flying immortal AI Junzi, which hadn't attracted the attention of Mauname for the time being. AI Junzi was a cultivator of the former Qin dynasty, the master of long eyebrows, but his real body was a banished immortal who violated the laws of heaven and was banished to the mortal world. He had several treasures in his possession, and during that time, he was invincible and made a name for himself. One of the most famous treasures was the purple and green Tusita fire, which had the same name as the flame in the Laojun furnace. However, this treasure didn't ascend to the spiritual space immortal realm with AI Junzi, who had achieved perfection. Instead, it was left in the mortal world, waiting for fate. It was Li Yingqiong in the original work. Now, since Li Yingqiong was following Ito, the purple and green Tusita fire naturally became his opportunity. After a while, Ito appeared in the sky above the Golden Stone Gorge. The Golden Stone Gorge was not large, with a radius of more than 1,000 miles. There were continuous mountains and green trees everywhere, and there were not many valleys in it. There was only one place that could be used as a cave residence for immortals. Therefore, it didn't take long for Ito to find AI Junzi's cave residence hidden in it. Ito tore away the vines in front of him, exposing the entrance of AI Junzi's cave residence. In an instant, the words Golden Stone Mansion came into his sight. Being careful, Ito turned his hand and took out the magic treasure that specialized in breaking restriction spells, the Haotian Mirror. His arm shook slightly, and a force was instilled into the mirror, which shot out a green light that shone around the cave residence. Unexpectedly, there were no traces of restriction spells around the cave residence. Ito, who was slightly surprised by the words, did not pay too much attention to it, and stepped into the cave residence. The Immortal's cave was not big, only about the size of a room. There were no furnishings inside, only a stone bed that looked like a concave well was placed in the inner side of the cave. It was covered with a thick layer of dust, as if it had not been inhabited for many years. On the stone bed, a dark square stone tablet stood tall. It was dark green all over, and like the cave residence, it looked ordinary, as if there were no traces of restriction spells. However, Ito knew that there must be treasures here, so he became more careful. Then, the Haotian mirror shone with green light, illuminating the entire cave residence in green. Almost in an instant, a golden light as bright as the sun bloomed from the stone tablet, bursting out thousands of stars, and flew towards Ito. However, before it could fly far, it was blocked by the green light and quickly melted like snow in the fire. Itsunari exerted all his strength to activate the Haotian mirror, emitting a green light that shone directly on the stone tablet. In less than half a minute, the stone tablet suddenly exploded with a crisp kacha sound, along with the concave cover of the stone bed below. Then, a golden light burst out from the cave. Purple flames flickered inside the cave, and two strange lights that were shaped like dragons, snakes, clouds, and water shot out from the pit in the bed, flying straight out of the cave. "Where are you going?" Ito shouted in a low voice, and immediately connected the surrounding space with his mind, vibrating the rules, and set up a transparent space barrier in the cave. Bang bang. Several soft sounds came from the cave entrance. Chi. Along with the soft sounds, there was the sound of flames burning through something. Seito put away the Hautian mirror and flicked his 10 fingers, shooting out rays of red, green, yellow, black, and gold light. They formed a net that covered the cloud, dragon, water, and purple flames coming out of the cave, suppressing them and forcing them to his front little by little. The colorful lights flashed in the entire cave residence. Chapter 1672. P.S. Thanks to my harem has a lot for the tip. Gradually, the treasure began to take shape. There were a total of 4 treasures. The first was a palm-sized green jade slip, the second was a heart-shaped golden ring that flickered with a faint light, and the third was a set of 3 rings that emitted a green, yellow, and green light. The cloud dragon rainbow light, tiger spirit, and starfire in the cave were all released by it. And the last one was the 3 purple flames that contained the golden star. And beside the flames was the treasure Seito came here to find, the purple and green Tusita fire. The other 3 treasures were easy to suppress. After a while, they were forced to the front of Seito. He quickly reached out and grabbed them, and then threw them into the magic cube world. On the other hand, the purple and green Tusita fire, which could burn everything, was difficult to suppress. It kept flying around, destroying the 5 elements restriction space set up by Seito. Fortunately, although the fire was powerful, it had no root, no support, and no end. Therefore, after a stalemate for about 10 minutes, it was finally suppressed, allowing Seito to set up restrictions and throw it into the magic cube world. Magic cube, do you want to swallow that fire? Seito asked in his heart. In his mind, the purple and green Tusita fire wasn't like the core of the 9 Doubts cauldron, the innate chaos embryo. It was something that belonged to the innate chaos and was useless in its transformation. But for better or worse, it was still one of the pseudo-innate flames of the postnatal world. There was nothing it couldn't burn. It should be something that the magic cube world liked to swallow. Sure enough, in the next moment, the magic cube's information appeared in his mind. Yes, it was just that this answer seemed like Seito was trying to sell some food to the magic cube. But as a customer, the magic cube didn't like it, but it didn't want to embarrass him. Therefore, for the sake of an old acquaintance, it gave Seito a try, which made Seito feel very depressed. Then, the magic cube world shook slightly, lifting the sealed purple and green Tusita fire into the void. It wrapped it with a strange power, and in a wave of ripples, it swallowed the purple and green Tusita fire. Then, he waited for about 7 or 8 minutes. A piece of information entered Seito's mind. Seito stood in place. He closed his eyes and savored the information in his mind. Then, he opened his eyes and swung his arm forward. At this moment, the void rippled slightly, and a large expanse of purple flames instantly appeared. It turned into a sea of purple flames. AI Jinzi's entire immortal cave and space were set ablaze. Pa 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 pa. A series of crackling sounds like dry firewood was heard in the cavern. Amidst this string of voices, the stone walls of AI Jinzi's cavern cracked and melted, quickly turning into a wisp of nothingness. Space distorted. Rupture. Strands of profound, mysterious, and strange energy effused out from the pitch-black void that was ruptured open. Sure enough, this thing can be swallowed, Seito said with satisfaction as he looked at the scene before him. And it seems that after the power of the Rubik's Cube world, it has become stronger than the original version, and the quantity has increased as well. It has reached the point of mass production. Indeed, although the original purple-green Tusita fire was very powerful, it was not powerful enough to burn through the void, even with the support of the primordial god oil. In this way, it won't be a problem to bestow one to Li Yingqiong in the future. Thinking of this, Seito shook his head slightly and threw such useless thoughts aside. Then he waved his arm and put away the purple-green two-sit of fire that was burning the void in front of him. Then he launched instant transmission and disappeared. It's time to train the troops in case things get out of hand and there's no more chance, Ito thought to himself as he moved. A few minutes later, Ito's figure once again appeared on one of the mountain peaks of Chinconk Valley of Chinconk Mountain, looking down at the Chinconk Valley Palace that was still shrouded in clouds of demonic energy. "Let's start with you 8 demons," Ito said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 young men and women in tights appeared beside him. Seeing Ito, the 10 people immediately knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and called out respectfully, "Sir." "Dress," Ito said in a low voice. "Yes." The 10 people responded in unison. Then, a faint light flashed on the wrists and ankles of the 10 people, and a large number of fine mosaics immediately surged out. In almost an instant, the mosaics covered the entire body of the 10 people. Then, with a faint light, the mosaics exploded, revealing a full body armor that was full of ultra-modern style and shone with a clear metallic luster. As for the style, it was still the same as the armor worn by the Pandora in the manga version of Zero Degree Warrior when they activated Pandora mode. It couldn't be helped. After all, the second generation and above battlesuit systems were filled with a lot of Pandora Stigmata technology, so the style was more and more similar to Pandora mode. However, Ito didn't care too much about this. It didn't matter what style it was, as long as it was useful. What's more, the female soldiers in this mode were indeed quite eye-catching. "The enemy is below. Target, leave no one alive." Ito pointed to the palace in Chinconk Valley below. "Yes." The 10 people responded, then stood up and used Pandora's acceleration technique one after another. They disappeared from Ito's side as if they had teleported, and quickly rushed toward the Chinconk Palace below. Let me see the performance of ordinary trained soldiers after putting on the 4th-generation battle suits and fighting against the cultivators. Looking at the 10 people who had jumped off the cliff and entered the valley, Ito muttered to himself. Yes, the 10 of them were not Pandora, nor were they other soldiers or clones who had been trained for special battles. They were just common soldiers from the Luxiu world who had only gone through the simple basic adaptation training and practical training. They did not have any experience in fighting the immortal cultivators. As for the 4th-generation battlesuits mentioned by Ito, they refer to the new battlesuits that had been equipped with spiritual technology and could fight against gods. However, whether they could really fight against gods, there was no certainty after the battle with Athena. After all, Ito was not crazy enough to find a useless god to test a set of battlesuits. Below, the 10 soldiers came to the Chinconk Palace. "Prepare the strong ion cannon," one of the men, who seemed to be the captain, ordered coldly. "Yes," while the others responded. Small muzzles about 5 centimeters in diameter condensed in the flickering mosaic on the left forearms of the 10 soldiers. Blue light condensed in the muzzles, and within a few seconds, a group of energy light balls that gave people a strong sense of danger was condensed. Perhaps it was because this sense of threat was too strong. Just as the artillery was about to be fired, shouts echoed from Qingluo Valley. "Who dares to make trouble in my Chinconk Valley?" In the shouts, mottled beams of light flew out from the palace in the valley. Whoosh! At this moment, the energy beams gushed out, bringing out a slight whistling sound, and bombarded the main building of the Chinconk Palace. The mottled light lit up, forming a shield that shrouded the Chinconk Palace. But in the next moment, there was a crisp sound, and the light shield formed by the forbidden spell immediately shattered. It could no longer resist the blazing blue light beam that directly distorted the air, causing the light beam to bombard the palace directly. Boom! A violent roar instantly sounded in the entire Chinconk Valley. As if the end of the world had arrived, a huge energy cloud quickly rose from the valley, blooming with extreme light and heat, and a strong shock wave that spread to the surroundings. Cluck, 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 cluck. Under the impact of the mountain of Chinconk Valley shattered, turned into powder and scattered all over the sky. In just a little more than 10 seconds, a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above Chinkong Valley. At the same time as the explosion rose, Sei Ito, who quickly escaped from the vicinity of Chinkong Valley by teleportation, looked at the scene that would only appear in future wars and shook his head and muttered to himself, "I forgot to tell them to use close combat as much as possible." This was indeed something that he had neglected. After all, the 10 people that he made were soldiers, not those kind of heroes who acted on impulse. Not only that, the order that he gave at the beginning was to not leave a single one alive. Therefore, with the idea of eliminating the enemy as quickly as possible, it was easy to imagine that they would use powerful lethal weapons. He just didn't expect them to be so ruthless, using a powerful weapon like the strong ion cannon as soon as they came. Swoosh, as the space rippled, the 10 soldiers appeared beside Sei Ito. "Sir, the mission is complete," the captain reported. Sei Ito nodded and used his mind to send them back to the Rubik's Cube world. Although they made a mistake, the root of the problem was that they didn't understand the situation clearly, so Sei Ito wouldn't blame them for anything. What was the difference between them and a tyrant? Although he also ruled the world as a tyrant in the Luxia world, at this time, in addition to Amei, the most annoying person should be the old beggar Hualing Hun, who wants to establish his sect here. It just so happens that I need the mantra of 9 syllables recorded on the last page of the heavenly book in his hand to activate the full power of the 9 heavens primordial Yang ruler. Thinking of this, the corners of Sei Ito's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately flashed and hid. Sure enough, not long after, with streams of gold, silver, Taoist aura, Buddhist dharma, and surging magic aura, various figures appeared around Chinkong Valley, which had been turned into ruins. A strange electric wave constantly permeated the sky, directly affecting the probing power of everyone's primordial spirit. As time went by, more and more Buddhists, Taoists, heterodox sects, rogue cultivators, and devil cult experts appeared at the scene. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and secretly discussed the situation at the scene by means of divine thoughts. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some of the more cunning people wanted to create some trouble here. Chapter 1673. P.S. Thanks to hack you to death with one sword, Xerbatangii, Don't Be Foolish, and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Insect Kill Potato and NXCX for their tips. A red light flew rapidly to the sky above Chinkong Valley that had already turned into ruins. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a tall stature and a fierce face appeared. His hair was like a withered pole that was wantonly scattered. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his entire body was boiling with devil chi. "Who is it? Who did it? How dare you be so ruthless to our disciples?" The person shouted loudly in anger. However, no one on the scene was willing to answer him. "Humph." The newcomer looked around and let out a cold snort. Then, he glared fiercely at another group of people who were also floating in the air several hundred feet away from him. There were both men and women in this group. All of them were wearing Taoist robes. Clear spiritual light flickered all over their bodies, and they looked like immortals. Needless to say, they were the righteous people of Amei's sect. Poison Dragon. This matter was not done by my Amei's sect. Feeling the gaze of the person who came, the beautiful and graceful Lady Miaoi, Sun Lanin, said faintly. Poison Dragon, whose full name was Venerable Poison Dragon, was the leader of the Devil sect in Western Yunnan. He was an expert of the Devil sect. However, due to his carelessness in cultivation in his early years, he suffered from chi deviation. Therefore, although he still maintained his human form, he was left with the sequelae of going crazy from time to time. This was because this person was somewhat abnormal. The reason why he appeared this time was because the 8 devils who were having fun in Chinkong Valley's Chinkong Palace was his new disciple. This time, he came to seek justice for his disciple. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You think it's not true just because you say so? Who doesn't know that your Amei sect is like a mad dog recently, biting everywhere? Sun Lanin had just finished speaking. A skinny man wearing a green robe with an ugly and ferocious face like a zombie laughed strangely. His green hair fluttered like weeds. Green robe. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. A white-robed old man with an old and wrinkled face said. A skinny old man with an aged face and a head full of gray hair that was casually held in place by a jade hairpin glanced indifferently at the person who spoke and said, this person was none other than one of the two elders of Mount Song, the cloud-chasing elder by Guy. As for the green robe he mentioned, it was the same as the venomous dragon. He was also an expert of the devil sect, but he was the leader of the devil sect in the south. He was cunning and extremely cruel. Moreover, because he had gone astray in his cultivation in his early years, he had left behind a serious sequela. That was, he had to use living blood to resist the cold in his body. What was blood circulation? As the name suggested, the blood of living creatures. Among the blood of living humans and animals, the blood of the human heart was the most effective. You, Green Robe, glared at by Guy. You're courting death, Green Robe said through gritted teeth. If he was alone, Green Robe would have some misgivings and drop the subject. However, it was a pity that he was not the only one present at the scene. There were also other devil sect and righteous Tao cultivators present. Considering the future, he, Green Robe, could not let this matter rest. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the future? How was the Southern Demon sect going to survive? Of course, it was also possible that he didn't think so much and simply wanted to save face. Oh my, I haven't seen you for a while, but you become much more stubborn. Come, let's have a round. By Guy, he looked at Green Robe in surprise and waved his hand with a mocking expression. Green Robe looked around and saw that the old fellows around him were looking at him with gloating eyes. He immediately became angry and slapped his waist. A triangular banner, as tall as a person, instantly appeared in front of him and was caught by Green Robe. The banner's surface was triangular, with sawtooth protrusions on the edges. Its color was pitch black, with clouds rolling on its surface and specks of golden starlight flickering on it. It was the treasure of his 100 barbarians, the 100 poison banner. Green Robe waved his arm, and an endless amount of golden starlight immediately shot out from the banner. Buzz! A series of strange, continuous muffled noises rang out. Amidst this muffled sound, Venus turned into a dazzling golden cloud that surged towards by Guy with extreme speed. Feeling strange, everyone immediately looked at Jin Yun. Then, their expressions changed. Those golden clouds weren't clouds at all. They were all four-winged silkworms that were about the size of a fingernail, and their bodies were dazzling with golden light. It's the golden silkworm goo. The loose immortals and demonic masters who were knowledgeable subconsciously exclaimed. Just as everyone's expressions changed, the goo cloud rushed toward Bai Gai. Bai Gai, who knew the power of the golden silkworm goo, did not dare to hesitate. His expression immediately changed, and he quickly retreated. In the process of retreating, he raised his hand and shot out thunderfire to kill the golden silkworm goo cloud. However, to everyone's surprise, the golden silkworm goo seemed small, but their bodies were abnormally tough. Even under the powerful lightning and fire, only a dozen or so of them died. Even more golden silkworm goo continued to swarm towards Bai Gai without any hesitation. Old Bai, have you seen the power of my golden silkworm goo? Seeing that the golden silkworm goo forced Bai Gai into a sorry state, Green Robe immediately laughed with a smug face and looked at the people around him. Although I didn't show my power in Ci Yun Temple, it's the same in Chin Conk Valley. From now on, no one will dare to look down on me. Green Robe, the Southern Demonic Sect. Green Robe Ancestor thought proudly. Ba. However, at this moment, a Buddhist chant suddenly sounded and attracted his attention. Such a vicious and evil thing should not be left alive. Let this old nun kill it. An old nun wearing a gray nun's robe and a nun's hat said with a kind face. She kept fiddling with a small string of beads in her hand. After that, he gently stretched his arm forward. There was nothing strange about it. but a golden flame emerged from the void in an instant. It emitted a majestic light and burned toward the 100 Poison's golden silkworm in the green robe. Squeak! In an instant, a series of hurried screams reverberated in the sky. Under the burning of the golden flame, the 100 Poison golden silkworm goo, which was fierce and awe-inspiring, immediately fell from the sky like soybeans that were about to be put into a pot. Then, in the process of falling, they turned into a wisp of black ash and dissipated. Seeing this, Greenrobe's expression changed rapidly. He quickly shook the 100 Poison banner in his hand and called back the remaining golden silkworm goo. However, the golden flame was like a maggot in the bone, quickly catching up. Greenrobe did not dare to hesitate, and immediately opened his mouth and spat out a faint green flame. The poisonous flame that emitted a strange smell met the golden flame that was chasing after the golden silkworm goo. Chi! The two collided and burst out a soft sound, but then the green flame was burned out, and the remaining golden flame continued to bite the golden silkworm goo. Greenrobe's arm reached out to his waist and called back the few remaining golden silkworm goo. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning, with a crackling sound, struck towards Greenrobe. Greenrobe's expression changed when he saw this. He quickly raised his hand and patted his forehead, releasing a treasure to meet the lightning. This treasure was the same as the poisonous flame that he had spat out before, green in color. It was in the form of a mist. Once it was released, it spread out into a mist and blocked Greenrobe's head. It was the 100 Poison cloud shield. Bang! The lightning suddenly fell and hit the smoke barrier, causing the smoke barrier to pause for a moment. However, the attack was completely blocked. Before Greenrobe could rejoice, suddenly, a slender silver sword light shot out from the side and slashed towards the green-robed ancestor. "Damn it!" the green-robed old ancestor angrily shouted. Then, he quickly flew back with the banner. He managed to avoid the sword light that was about to slash his body. But because of this, the speed of the golden silkworm goo's return was delayed, and a large number of them were burned to death by the golden flame. "Old Nun Finta, old white bastard, we are not finished." Greenrobe angrily shouted and used the banner to wrap around his body. He immediately turned into a dark green light and hurriedly flew towards the south. Seeing the shameless performance of the righteous faction, the faces of the demonic path giants present turned ugly. Although they didn't think much of the self-satisfied Greenrobe, the other party was still a member of the Devil Dao. It was too unreasonable for them to launch a siege in front of them, as if they were going to destroy their treasures and kill them. Wasn't this directly slapping the face of the evil faction? "Finta, this is a bit too much." A tall and straight old man wearing a magnificent robe with neat red hair glanced at Divine Nun Finta, who was immersed in the Dharma mirror, and lightly said, "This evil treasure shouldn't be left behind." Divine Nun Finta's eyelids didn't move as she replied. The person who spoke narrowed his eyes and stared at Finta for a while. He coldly snorted and also turned into a light and flew towards the southwest. Seeing another giant of the evil faction leave, the remaining mainstays of the evil faction, such as the Bamboo Mountain sect's leader, no longer had the confidence to resist Ame and Buddhism. They turned into light and flew away one after another. Watching his fellow Taoists fly away one after another, Venerable Poison Dragon, who knew that it would be difficult for him to gain any benefits by refusing them, even if he was filled with disbelief, he also understood that he did not have the strength to challenge Shini Finto, Ame, and the others. He also snorted coldly, turned into light, and flew away. At this point, the entire sky above Qing Luo Valley was cleared, leaving only the Buddhist experts here. "Unfortunately, we couldn't kill Greenrobe," cloud-chasing old man by Gai who appeared said regretfully. Then he cupped his fist and thanked Divine Nun Finta. "Thank you for your help just now. You are too polite." Divine Nun Finta returned a Buddhist salute. "I still have things to do in the monastery. Goodbye." Then, Divine Nun Finta said to everyone present, "Farewell, Divine Nun. The few people from May sect quickly bowed and said. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light flashed around divine Nun Fenta. She instantly disappeared before the eyes of the people from a May sect. Now that this place has become like this, if you don't give him an explanation, I'm afraid he won't help you with all his heart in the future. After watching divine Nun Fenta leave, Baigai once again turned his gaze to Qing Luo Valley, which had turned into ruins and no longer looked like an immortal's paradise. He sighed. Although he didn't say who he was, everyone present was smart enough to know who he was. It was Ling Hun, the evil faction expert who had the titles of Strange Screaming Flower and Poor God. This was because Qing Luo Valley was the place where May promised him to establish his sect. It was also because of this deal that Ling Hun disregarded his reputation in the original work and secretly became a bodyguard for the younger generation of May. As for why Baigai used he to refer to him instead of saying his name, it was because of another grudge between the two in their early years. In his early years, Ling Hun was not a beggar. He was a handsome young master with a face as clear as jade. He and Baigai were best friends. They even went one step closer and became in-laws, marrying his sister to Baigai. However, later on, because of the so-called reincarnation tribulation, Baigai's wife died. Ling Xiahong, who was now Yang Jin, came to him in a fit of anger. At that time, Ling Hun's primordial spirit had reached the level of Earth Immortal. His mind wandered outside the heavens, and his body was unprotected. His body was destroyed by the angry Baigai. In the end, he took over the body of a beggar who had just died, which was the body he was currently in. Although Ling Hun's wife, Cui Wugu, explained the reason, a great hatred had been born. Therefore, the two of them didn't have any contact after that. Troubled times. Lady Miaoi Sun Lan sighed softly. This matter is too important. I can't come up with a plan in such a short time. It's better to go back and explain the situation to Senior Brother Sect Master and listen to his arrangements. Sun Lan Yin's expression became serious, and she continued. That's the only way. The others nodded in agreement. Then, they looked at the ruined Green Conch Valley again. Together, they flew towards the southeast, leaving behind a trail of gold and silver light. After about 10 minutes, a figure suddenly appeared. The person was tall and wore a tattered shirt full of patches. There was even a strange smell of rot faintly emitting from it. His skin was fair and his face was rosy. His pitch-black hair was carelessly combed. There were a few withered grass stalks mixed in it, making it look like it hadn't been cleaned for more than a month. The person who came was none other than Ling Hun, the god of poverty that the people of May were talking about just now. At this moment, he was looking at the destroyed Green Conch Valley with resentment and ferocity. His fists were clenched and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was trying to suppress something. Sigh. After a while, Ling Hun sighed softly and released his hands. He flew into the Green Conch Valley, which was still filled with radio pollution. Don't let me know who you are, or I won't forgive you. Ling Hun suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. After saying that, he released his divine sense and scanned Qing Luo Valley piece by piece. Obviously, he was looking for something. As for what it was, there was almost no need to guess. It must be the heavenly book jade box that he was looking forward to and the treasure sealed in it, the Nine Heavens primordial Yang ruler. Obviously, he was still holding on to the hope that he could get the treasure by chance. It couldn't be helped. After all, he only had strength, but no magic treasure. Otherwise, how could he be called the god of poverty by his fellow cultivators? Just as Ling Hun was searching the ruins of Green Conch Valley like a scrap merchant, a silver light suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at his body with a silver-white stripe. Chapter 1674. P.S. Thank you to Operation 112 and T-Jar for your precious monthly votes. Sensing the danger, Ling Hun's expression changed immediately. He crouched down and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Then, without hesitation, Ling Hun released the flying sword that he had been cultivating with his life for many years. In an instant, Another silver light appeared in Conk Valley, and it interweaved with the sword light that came from the sneak attack earlier. It was like two proud dragons soaring into the sky, chasing and fighting each other, and it caused a series of metal clashing sounds to be emitted. Who is it? Come out. What kind of man are you, hiding your head and showing your tail? Ling Hun stood up from the ground, surrounded by a layer of mystic light, and shouted at the surrounding people. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a short-haired young man, wearing a cyan robe that scholars in the secular world often wore, walked out of the void along with a slight ripple of space. It was Sei Ito. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Why did you attack me? Ling Hun looked at Sei Ito from head to toe and realized that he could not see through him. His heart skipped a beat. Obviously, the old beggar was trying to figure him out. I am Chen Shiqing, a rogue cultivator from overseas. Nice to meet you, Cultivator Ling Hun. Sei Ito put his hands in front of his chest and introduced himself with a smile. A rogue cultivator from overseas? Ling Hun narrowed his eyes. There were too many rogue cultivators from overseas. Any cultivator who was not from the mainland could be called a rogue cultivator from overseas. This made Ling Hun even more confused about Sei Ito's background. After all, there were millions of rogue cultivators from overseas. It would not be a problem to hide a celestial immortal in a dilapidated house. Do you have a grudge against me? Ling Hun asked again. Of course not. Sei Ito shook his head and smiled. Do you have a grudge against me? Ling Hun asked again. Neither. Sei Ito shook his head and smiled. Then why did you sneak attack me? Ling Hun glared at Ito Sei with his eyes wide open. He shouted angrily. Because I need the heavenly book on you, Sei Ito said calmly. Hearing this, Ling Hun's expression changed. His aura changed from oppressive to murderous, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. Did you destroy Kong Valley? Ling Hun asked through gritted teeth. It was an accident. Sei Ito smiled bitterly. So, that thing is in your hands? Veins popped out on Ling Hun's forehead as he continued to ask. If you're referring to the lower volume of the Heavenly Book and its duplicate, then I'm sure you're referring to the Heavenly Book. If the jade box with the 9 heavens primordial yang ruler sealed inside, then that's right. Sei Ito smiled. Thief, hand over your life. When Ling Hun heard Ito, Chung admitted. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He opened his mouth and roared. He raised his hand and shot a beam of light at Ito Chung. Seeing this, Ito Sei smiled gently. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A green light also shot out. Puff! In a flash, the two rays of light collided and were annihilated together. Iwood Genuine Shi. What's your relationship with Elder Ku Zhu? Ling Hun asked in a deep voice. Old Man Ku Zhu was one of the top cultivators in the entire Shu Mountain world. Together with Lu Fun, Old Man Sangshu, Old Man Shueshun, Old Man Sherpai, and Exine Ryu. They were known as the 6 freaks of the universe by the outside world. In terms of seniority, no one could compare with him except for Immortal Ji Lili Jingshu. And Iwood Genuine Shi was Elder Ku Zhu's specialty. Apart from him, only Divine Hunchback Ishio and other people who had practiced the 5-element strange arts could use it. But its taste was not as pure as Elder Ku Zhu's Iwood Genuine Shi. But no matter who it was, they were all senior cultivators. The powerful cultivators of the present age had deep connections. An extreme old beggar like him could not compete with them. In addition, his body was given to him by Ku Zhu. Although there was no karma between them, he still owed him a favor. Ling Hun had to give Ku Zhu some face. That was why he asked this question. He was afraid that if he didn't get it right, he would get into trouble instead of getting it. Guess? Sei Ito bared his teeth, showing 8 white teeth. He grinned like he was in a toothpaste commercial. He laughed. You're pissing me off. Ling Hun felt that he was being mocked. His eyes turned red. He could no longer care about anything. He waved his hand and shot several dark lights at Sei Ito. Sei Ito's reaction was not slow. He flicked his 5 fingers and 5 dark lights were shot out. Boom! The two collided and there was a loud explosion. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure flashed and 5 identical doppelgangers appeared. One flew into the ground, One flew into the sky, one released fire, and one released lightning. They attacked Ling Hun in a flash. Ling Hun's expression changed. He quickly waved his hands and created a red flame around his body. But as soon as the flame was formed, a figure suddenly appeared behind his neck. The figure ignored the stability of the mysterious fire and punched Ling Hun's head. Ling Hun turned his head and pointed a finger at the figure. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in Qinluo Valley. The wind howled and formed a shock wave, blowing away the sea of mysterious fire created by Ling Hun. Then, Ling Hun flew out of the explosion. He was in an even more sorry state. However, before he could stop himself, a bright yellow thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Divine thunder of Gung metal. Boom! The Gung metal divine lightning landed on Ling Hun's body, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. While Ling Hun was distracted, more lightning bolts struck towards Ling Hun. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, Ling Hun was shot down from the sky to the ground. Bang! Ling Hun's body was char-black. He fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, before Ling Hun could regain his senses, a pair of arms reached out from under his body and grabbed his body. Then, Ling Hun was petrified, and the petrification spread across his body at an extremely fast speed. Streams of earth element energy emerged from Ling Hun's body, which was gradually covered with mud and rocks. Five elements wonder, "Who the hell are you?" Ling Hun, who was desperately urging the power in his body to resist the hardening of his body, looked up at Ito Sei and roared crazily. Chun Shiqing, an outsider. Sei Ito chuckled. Then, without giving Ling Hun a chance to resist, Ling Hun's mind was penetrated by a violent spiritual force. Ling Hun's consciousness was knocked out. Then, Ito Sei thought again and threw Ling Hun, who had temporarily lost his resistance, into the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, the flying sword that had lost the control of Ling Hun's primordial spirit could no longer resist the attack of another silver-white light. Its color dimmed, and it fell from the sky. Immediately, it was caught by the shadow doppelganger that descended from the sky. Then, the shadow doppelganger landed in front of Sei Ito and handed the struggling flying sword to Sei Ito. Then, it and the other shadow doppelganger disintegrated and disappeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Looking at the flying sword in his hand, Sei Ito curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Ling Hun, the god of poverty, is indeed a good name." A master who is close to the fairy immortal level uses the same flying sword as the traitor Zhu Hong. I really don't know how he survived all these years. Then, with a shake of his hand, a thunderbolt burst out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt covered the entire sword and shattered Ling Hun's primordial spirit. Then, Sei Ito put away the flying sword and flew to the southwest. After flying for about 10 minutes, he entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in front of Ling Hun, who was suppressed. Despicable man. Ling Hun cursed angrily. Sei Ito smiled and ignored Ling Hun's curses. He waved his hand, and everything on Ling Hun's body, except for the beggar's clothes, was taken out. There were only 4 or 5 items. Except for the item that looked like a treasure pouch, the rest were worldly items or weeds. He did not need to pay attention to them. Ito Mori reached out and grabbed the 100 treasures pouch. Seeing Sei Ito's action, Ling Hun's expression changed completely. At this moment, Ito Chung ignored Ling Hun even more. He used his spiritual thoughts and Dharma power to break the inhibition formation on the 100 treasures pouch. He opened the 100 treasures pouch, took out the pouch, and poured out the contents. In an instant, a series of ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sounds were heard. The number of items on the ground had finally increased. There were about a dozen of them. There were 2 ownerless flying swords that were much worse than Ling Hun's own flying swords. A strange hook, several jade plates, several books, dozens of palm-sized elixir bottles with red or yellow stoppers at the mouth, some used and in used jade boxes, a jade box with a restriction formation on its surface, and several other strange things that Ling Hun didn't know what they were for. Seito ignored the porcelain bottles that obviously contained elixir pills, the jade boxes that probably contained elixir pills, and the strange items that were of no use to him. He summoned the books and the jade box with a restriction spell into his hand. There was nothing much to say about the books. They were just a few Taoist secret manuals. Seito skimmed through them and put them away. Then he looked at the jade box. This should be the first volume of the Heavenly Book. Seito looked up and asked Ling Hun. Ling Hun's face was gloomy and his eyes were fierce. He looked like he was going to devour someone. Ito Sei smiled gently, waved his hand, broke the restriction outside the jade box, and opened the jade box. Instantly, a book that was made of neither gold nor silver, paper nor leather came into his sight. The book was written in both tadpole and ancient characters of the previous dynasty. It was the first volume of the Heavenly Book. Chapter 1675. The first volume of the Heavenly Tomes was the only Heavenly Tomes with tadpole-like text and meaning comparison annotations. At the same time, it was also the general outline of the true Heavenly Book. It was the main point of the Great Heavenly Book, and it ruled over all laws. Seito threw away the jade box. Without any movement, a stone chair immediately emerged from the ground and supported Seito as he sat down. Then he started to read the Tomes of Arcane in front of Ling Hun. Rubik's Cube, refine him, Seito ordered without raising his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Hun immediately disappeared in front of Ito Sei. Without any distractions, Seito concentrated on reading the Heavenly Book. From time to time, he would take out the copy of the Heavenly Book and the lower volume of the Heavenly Book that he had obtained from the Qingluo Palace, as well as the Purple Mansion's secret record of the Heavenly Book that he had obtained from Zhu Hong and the enlightenment that he had found on the Guangqing Golden Ship. Just like that, he focused on comprehending. Unknowingly, a few days passed by smoothly. Seito closed the Heavenly Book and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He could not help but exclaim, "Phew." As expected of the Heavenly Book, it's really broad and profound. It makes me want to find trouble with the two elders of Mount Song right now. I want to snatch the second volume of the Heavenly Book from them and make it into a set. However, even though he was thinking this way, his rationality still allowed him to suppress this trace of temptation. After all, these two fellows were together with Amei, and they were not as poor as Ling Hun. It would be troublesome to deal with them, and he needed to plan carefully. What's more, this guy has a sect. The Tomes of Arcane are not closed yet. How could he carry them around like Ling Hun? Seito gently shook his head. He threw these useless thoughts aside and opened the Heavenly Book in his hand again. He directly flipped to the last page and lowered his head to look at the 9 words mantra recorded on it. The 9 syllables mantra was the same as what was recorded in Gohong's Bio Puzi's inner chapters. Deng Shui, Lin Bingdo, Zhijie Zhenlai, Qian Xing. It was just that the mind needed to be maintained during the operation. The method of application was somewhat different from the traditional Taoist and Taoist techniques. It was a new path. Therefore, even though he knew that as long as he knew the 9 syllables mantra, he would be able to break the restriction on the 9 heavens primordial yang ruler, he still could not use this treasure. This is the same as a software driver. The program was different. It didn't work. After a while, Seito closed the Heavenly Book again and put it away. He then took out the 9 heavens primordial yang ruler from the void. 9 heavens primordial yang ruler. He said it was a ruler. However, its shape was similar to a ruler. Its entire body was green, and there was a faint light flickering within. Seito gripped the ruler with both hands and silently operated his xianqi. According to the method recorded in the Heavenly Book, he read the 9 syllables mantra. Lin Bing Doja Jie Zhanlai Qianxing. With a light shout, the 9 heavens primordial yang ruler immediately shook slightly. 9 golden flowers of the same size flew out from the ruler's head, emitting a brilliant righteous aura that repelled all evil. At the same time, a cloud of purple gas appeared on the ruler's head, rolling and rolling like a cloud. Seeing this, Seito's mind moved, and the 9 golden lights immediately disappeared into the ruler's body. Then he waved his hand and pointed to the side. A purple gas immediately flew out and hit the rock on the side. Boom! In a violent explosion, the mountain rocks collapsed and turned into piles of gravel that splashed out in all directions. Not bad. Looking at the effect of the attack, Seito nodded with satisfaction. Then, he raised his hand and threw the 9 heavens primordial yang ruler back into the storage space. Then, Seito's mind moved again and took out the tripartite purity ring that emitted green, yellow, and green light. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of vitality, using the righteous sacrificial refining method recorded in the heavenly book to refine the treasure in his hand. A moment later, the tripartite purity ring shook slightly and was successfully refined by Seito. Listening to the meaning of the words of the green robe that day, it seems that Ame has been jumping around happily recently. It's obviously not the time for the plot to start yet. It seems that my actions have a great impact on them. Seito, who put away the tripartite purity ring, whispered to himself thoughtfully. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the world of the Rubik's Cube, reappearing in the world of Shu Mountain. Then Seito identified the location and continued to turn into a stream of light, flying into the distance. After a few minutes, Ito-Sei's figure appeared in the middle of a barren mountain and unruly river. With a thought, a dozen young men and women appeared beside him. Lord, seeing Seito, several people knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads. Get dressed, Seito said lightly. Yes. After saying that, without any movement, 4 faint lights immediately flashed from their wrists and ankles. A large number of fine mosaics gushed out and covered their bodies in the blink of an eye. Then, in a flash of light, they turned into a full set of futuristic armor that reflected an iron-colored metallic luster. Obviously, these people were the same as the people who destroyed Chinkong Valley a few days ago. They were also soldiers from a world in the world of the Rubik's Cube. Do you see that? Seito raised his head and gestured to the mountain in the distance with his chin. These soldiers quickly turned their heads and looked over. Then, pieces of data and close-up images quickly appeared on the brown masks in front of them. The enemy is over there, Seito continued. But remember, this time you are not allowed to use any powerful weapons of mass destruction, understand? Yes. Retracting their gazes, the soldiers responded in unison. Go, Seito said lightly. Yes. The soldiers responded and immediately disappeared from Seito's side and appeared in another place more than 10 meters away. Then they flashed again and appeared in another open space. In this way, they quickly moved forward. Who dares to break into my Byman Mountain? After a while, just as these soldiers were about to attack the cave, not far away, a loud shout came from the cave. Then the entire mountain with rugged rocks and almost no greenery flickered and lit up a huge barrier that enveloped the mountains. Waves of mist quickly spread out from the barrier. At the same time, a rapid sound of metal chiming came from the mountain. Under Jin Mingxing's call, the ferocious-looking 100 barbarian disciples with sharp weapons in their hands rushed out of their caves. They gathered on the platform in front of the mountain and stood together with a green-robed man who flew out of a cave. How audacious! You dare to behave atrociously in my Byman Mountain. The green-robed man's green eyes flashed as he looked at the dozen or so strangely dressed freaks trapped in the protective formation. They did not look like loose immortals from the Central Plains, the Western regions, or even the outer seas. Then, he raised his hand and patted his forehead. A green cloud immediately appeared above the green-robed man's head. Several pitch-black demon gods with ferocious faces jumped down and flew toward the formation. Because the green-robed man controlled them, the demon gods easily came to the side of the freaks. Warning, negative energy body detected. Warning, negative energy body detected. The urgent warning sounded in the ears of the soldiers wearing battle clothes. At the same time, a pitch-black image appeared in their eyes through the brown mask in front of them. The figures of the demon gods that moved in front of the soldiers scattered and immediately turned into a mass of black, pouncing toward the soldiers. However, at the next moment, the surface of soldiers' gates' armor lit up, and a large area of energy formed from hexagonal patterns spread out like a beehive. It emitted a powerful, freezing power, causing the demonic god to pause in its pouncing motion. The zero-degree warrior concubine world's stigmata technique, frozen boundary. However, although the frost barrier had caused the demon gods to pause, it had only reduced their movement speed by a little. It did not directly freeze them in place as expected, making them unable to move. But even so, it was enough for these soldiers to make their own response. At this time, these soldiers opened their palms. In the flickering light of a large area of fragmented mosaic, melee weapons were condensed one by one. They held them tightly in their palms, poured spiritual energy into them, and slashed toward the demon gods in front of them. Wrapped in a clear, pale white light, the weapons slashed through the smoke formed by the demon god like a waterfall. Shrill screams immediately spread throughout the mountain, protecting great array of the 100 Barbarian Mountain. Obviously, the anti-magic weapons powered by the spiritual power of the false angel played the effect they should have. Then, the soldiers put away the freezing cold under their feet, ignored the changes in the array, and directly flashed away from the demonic smoke. Without the influence of the frozen boundary, the demonic smoke immediately pounced down, corroding the ground and creating black smoke with a burnt smell. The soldiers turned around and aimed the muzzle that had appeared on their arms at some point in time at the demon gods that had condensed half of their bodies. A beam of light completely condensed from spiritual energy shot out. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion reverberated throughout the formation. Under the bombardment of this spiritual power, unsurprisingly, the demon gods released by the green-robed ancestor were annihilated into nothingness. Even a mountain-protecting great array formed by spiritual power was affected. The clouds and mist dissipated, faintly revealing the environment of the 100 Barbarian Mountain. Damn it! Go kill them! The green-robed ancestor outside the array saw this and shouted angrily. Yes, the 100 Barbarian disciples looked at each other and whispered. However, their tone was full of reluctance, but because of the green-robed ancestor's majesty, they still braced themselves and rushed into the array. There was no other way. The green-robed ancestor who had gone mad was really an old demon. He did not care about the slightest human feelings. As long as the disciples were not satisfied, he would kill the disciples and devour their flesh and blood. So far, many disciples had died in the hands of the crazy green-robed ancestor. The disciples held their weapons and carefully entered the array. Chapter 1676. P.S. Thanks to Black Week 3, Misty Wind, Fei Air, Iceland, Gan Hongxiang, Idle Person Xiao Qi, and Metering Million Lion for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Kill Potato and Number Song for their rewards. There were a total of 16 disciples in the 100 Barbarian Mountain, but most of them were just ordinary or odd-job disciples. Only 5 people were the real disciples of the green-robed ancestor. They were the one-armed Wei who Xian Qinzi, who had the thought of killing his master in the original work, and he really did it. The loyal disciple of the green-robed ancestor, Tang Shi, and the cunning Qiao Shou, Sui Yin, and Mei Luzi who lived carefully. Among them, Xian Qinzi's strength was the highest. He was almost on par with the green-robed ancestor, but he had few magic weapons. He only had a flying sword and a shield-like protective magic weapon. Even so, he was still much stronger than Tang Shi and others. At least the remaining 4 people didn't even have a protective magic weapon. Because of the impact of the energy wave of the spiritual power cannon, the mountain protection array of the 100 Barbarian Mountain was a little damaged, causing the effect of the entire array to weaken a lot. Therefore, it didn't take long for the disciples of the 100 Barbarian Mountain to collide with the ordinary soldiers of the Magic Cube world wearing the 4th generation battle suit. Seeing the arrival of the enemy, the soldiers didn't hesitate and immediately raised their swords to meet them. Bang! The crisp sound of collision immediately reverberated in the formation. However, in this confrontation, those odd jobs who were not so much discipled were more like odd jobs who got simple chi training method. Under the sharp star weapons in the hands of the soldiers, their weapons were broken one after another. They were killed on the spot by the star weapons. The red blood spurted out from the bodies of the dead disciples like a fountain, splashing on the armor of the soldiers. The bright armor was stained scarlet, making each soldier look like a killing god from hell. Seeing the disciples around were killed, the expressions of the 5 direct disciples of the green-robed ancestor immediately changed, and their eyes became flickering. Come and stop them with me. The rest of you go out and take down the guy over there. A female voice that should be the captain's sounded in the communication system, carried in the armor worn by all the soldiers. Yes. The other soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, the soldiers were divided into 2 groups. One group had 7 people. Together, they surrounded Xian Chenzi, Tang Shi, and other 4 disciples. One group had 8 people. While waving the weapons in their hands to destroy the array in front of them, they rushed to the green-robed ancestor outside the array, courting death. Seeing the actions of the soldiers, the green-robed ancestor shouted with a ferocious face. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of dark green, poisonous fire towards the soldiers. At position, expand. In a low voice. The void in front of the soldiers were the soldiers. It instantly intercepted the dark green, poisonous flames that were about to burn them. Under the burning of the poisonous flames, an octagonal, polygonal, transparent barrier immediately appeared. The soldiers rushed toward the green-robed ancestor while enduring the all-around protection of the F-field. Al fire was fire was fire fire. The sounds, flame. Spirituality system, open. Another low shout rang out. Then, the metal armors of the soldiers lit up in unison. Large patches of irregular lines that looked like circuit boards appeared on the armors, blooming with rays of light, causing the entire AT&T field to light up. A dazzling golden light burst out, pushing the jade flames out with great force. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell are you? The green-robed ancestor shouted angrily. Obviously, the green-robed ancestor was scratching his head. The soldiers had a lot of tricks, but the green-robed ancestor didn't have any magic weapons. The soldiers ignored the green-robed ancestor's shout and continued to rush forward. Soon, they forced their way out of the broken 100 Barbarian Mountain protective array. They used a similar acceleration technique to surround the green-robed ancestor. The green-robed ancestor's expression changed. He raised his hand and shot out a poisonous cloud. At the same time, he opened his mouth slightly and spat out a green fluorescent light. The moment the poisonous cloud appeared, it was blocked by the soldiers at position. On the contrary, the green fluorescent light was like a stream of light. It made a big circle and suddenly fell from the sky. Clang! Pooh! First, there was the sound of metal colliding. Then there was a muffled sound. Under the attack of the fluorescent light, a soldier's body suddenly burst into 2 halves. He died on the spot. Gasped. Among the soldiers, a few people cried out in grief. Pay attention to defense, another soldier reminded. But it was still a bit late. The green fluorescent light that had finished killing the soldier flashed slightly and shot toward the near soldier. After a crisp sound and a muffled sound, the soldier who didn't react fast enough was cut in 2. Apart from magical treasures and strange spells, this was another attack method that cultivators had that was more difficult to deal with. After all, the speed of the flying sword was too fast. It was far beyond the limit of the motion of the object that the dynamic vision of ordinary humans could capture and the reaction speed of the reflex nerves of ordinary humans. Therefore, even with the warning system of the armor, they still couldn't resist in the first place. They could only regretfully die on the spot. It seems that if I want to let ordinary soldiers fight with cultivators in the future, it's best to be equipped with a thought-sensing system. In the distance, through the information transmission device in the armor worn by the soldiers, Sei Ito, who saw the battle situation without any difference, secretly thought, "It's just that in this way, the disadvantage of the wild erosion of the spiritual system will have a greater impact on the user." In other words, the best users of the battle suit are still those Pando who have transplanted the stigmata, the battle scene that was being played on the screen in front of him. After all, this kind of pure scientific research work would naturally be solved by the elites from various worlds in the big laboratory of the Rubik's Cube world. There is no need for him to be distracted to deal with this kind of thing. In the picture, the soldier who saw the death of two of his companions was shocked. He no longer dared to be distracted. He immediately launched a freezing field under his feet on the basis of the field and the spiritual system. In an instant, a bright white net composed of a large number of hexagonal patterns like a honeycomb plane appeared under the feet of the soldiers. Under the influence of this large net, the dark green fluorescent light that was preparing to launch a sneak attack immediately slowed down as soon as it flew into the net, revealing its true form, a small, cold, green sword that was a foot long. Then, the soldier who was about to be attacked turned around. He used the star weapon with the anti-magic attribute in his hand and smashed it fiercely. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. The flying sword trembled under the attack, and the light on the outside immediately dimmed a lot. The Ming soldier didn't give up and continued to wave the weapon in his hand and smashed it again and again. However, before he smashed it a few times, the green fluorescent light suddenly flashed. It burst into a bright light. It forcibly bounced off the soldier's star weapon. Then it flew back into the green-robed ancestor's body from the sky in a strange arc. The green-robed ancestor looked around at the strange guy who was unaffected by the poisonous cloud and poisonous fire. He snorted angrily. He immediately turned into a green light and flew out into the distance. Obviously, he was ready to escape. In an instant, the green-robed ancestor flew out a distance of more than 100 meters, and he continued to fly away without slowing down. Seeing this, the star weapon in the hand of one of the soldiers changed. In a mosaic light covering the entire star weapon, the original melee long spear turned into a modern sniper rifle. The rifle was extremely long, and the muzzle was 20 millimeters in diameter. It was placed on the shoulder of the soldier. A bright white energy cluster began to gather at the muzzle. Xiao! In less than 5 seconds, a streak of white light shot forth at a speed that was twice as fast as the streak of light, accompanied by a soft whistle. Ah! Then in the next moment, a shrill scream came from more than 1,000 meters away. The green light fell slightly, and then flew out at a faster speed. Stay! However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the ear of the green-robed ancestor. Without waiting for the green-robed ancestor to understand the situation, several finger-thick lightning suddenly flew down from the sky and bombarded the green-robed ancestor's body. Not only did the green-robed ancestor hit the green-robed ancestor out of the escape light, but it also bombarded the green-robed ancestor until he was dizzy, and his whole body was scorched black. Immediately after, a purple waterfall shot out, trapping Green-Robe in the air before he could understand what was going on. Finally, it disappeared into a pitch-black hole. In the air, Sei Ito stepped on the void and disappeared from the place in an instant. The next second, he appeared in the 100 Barbarian Mountain. Sir, seeing the sudden appearance of Sei Ito, the soldiers who besieged the green-robed ancestor knelt on one knee and saluted. You did well. I will tell Nanet about your matter. Sei Ito nodded slightly and said softly, Thank you, sir. Several said with a trembling voice. Later, Sei Ito sent them and the 2 dead soldiers back to the Magic Cube world and told their matter to the former 9th Knight of the Round Table who was in charge of the training of the soldiers, Nanet, so that they could be given appropriate rewards and compensation. After doing this, Sei Ito looked up at the array. At this time, in the 100 Barbarian Mountains protective array, 4 of the 5 apprentices of the green-robed ancestor had died. Only the one-armed guardian Xian Shenzi was barely holding on under the attack of several soldiers. but it seemed that he wouldn't last long before he was defeated. "Stop! I'm willing to surrender." Xinshinzi, who didn't want to die like this, shouted loudly. Hearing Xinshinzi's words, the soldiers who had noticed Sei Ito's arrival immediately stopped and stepped back. However, at this moment, Xinshinzi's eyes flashed, and he immediately turned into an escape light and flew out of the array. However, as soon as he flew out of the array, 3 circles flashing with green, red, and yellow light immediately appeared above his head. The cloud dragon and fog tiger above the red circle moved together, releasing countless thunderbolts like sparks. They bombarded Xinshinzi's escape light and struck him out. Then the yellow circle shone brightly, releasing a large amount of 5th Earth genuine chi. It was like a tangible mountain pressing on Xinshinzi's body, pressing him to the ground until he finally knelt on the ground, leaving 2 deep dents on the ground. "Who exactly are you? Please show yourself." Xinshinzi, whose face was flushed, raised his voice and spoke with difficulty. However, what answered him was not the human language he expected. Instead, a silver light swept past his neck as his pupils shrank. Poof! His face was full of horror, and his head rolled out. Immediately afterward, 2 thunderbolts suddenly flew out from the void. One of them directly hit Xinshinzi's flying head in midair, smashing it into pieces. The other one went straight into Xinshinzi's body, blowing his body into pieces and destroying the primordial spirit and true spirit hidden inside. At this point, the Southern Devil sect belonging to the 100 Barbarian Mountain was completely destroyed. After dealing with the traitor Xinshinzi, Sei Ito raised his hand and put away the magic weapon, 3 talents clear tranquility ring, and sent the remaining soldiers back to the Rubik's Cube world. Only then did he return to the cave of the green-robed ancestor for the last loot. It was a pity that although the green-robed ancestor was known as the leader of a sect, he was also a poor man. His property was not much compared to Ling Han. Therefore, after walking around, he couldn't find anything good in the cave of the green-robed ancestor. Subsequently, Sei Ito destroyed the cave of the 100 Barbarian Mountain, cleaned up the mountain protection array here, and cleaned up the evil aura here with great force. Only then did he launch instant teleportation and left the 100 Barbarian Mountain. In conclusion, the 4th-generation battlesuit still needs to be improved, especially in the aspect of self-cultivators. It needs to be strengthened. Sei Ito, who returned to the house of Chiyojiaba, secretly thought. Then his figure flashed, and he entered the Rubik's Cube world. He began to submit the data to the big laboratory and plunder the last remaining value of the green-robed ancestor. There was nothing to say about the data. After all, there was a data recorder on a battlesuit, and it could be directly used. Therefore, he went over this time to give some suggestions and explain what the self-cultivators were, what kind of means they had, how to deal with certain means, and so on. Therefore, it didn't take long to finish the processing. When it came to the green-robed ancestor, it was even simpler. He directly, forcibly found the 100 treasures pouch carried by the green-robed ancestor, broke the enchantment, and began to search the things inside. It could be said that the 100 treasures pouch was the same as his cave house. There were not many things in the 100 treasures pouch, and each of them was strange and vicious. Basically, they were some poisonous grass, poisonous smoke, and poisonous insects. For Sei Ito, they were not much use at all. However, in the spirit of not wasting things, Sei Ito still threw them one by one into the treasure storage. In addition, the only thing in the 100 treasures pouch that could be regarded as a harvest was the 100 poison scripture that the green-robed ancestor mainly practiced. As for the other magic, it was too evil, and there were many problems. After looking at it generally, it was directly burned by Sei Ito with the purple and green Tusita fire. At this point, the last remaining value of the green-robed ancestor was squeezed clean. Chapter 1677. P.S. Thank you to TCAN and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX for the reward. For the green-robed ancestor who had no value, Seito was not polite. He contacted the magic cube and lifted him into the void to refine him. About a few minutes later, Seito's expression suddenly changed, and he opened his palm. Then, in the next moment, a round ball with a translucent surface and a murky gray interior appeared in his hand. This is the dark female pearl that can be used to cultivate the second primordial spirit. Looking at the ball in his hand, Seito raised his eyebrows and thought. But he didn't care too much. After casually playing with it for a while, he put away. The battle suit has been tested, the treasure has been taken, and the tomes of arcane have been obtained. The application of the primordial spirit is much better than before. Except for the fact that the power of the world is a little less, it seems that there is nothing in this world that is worth me staying. Ito Sei, who sat down on the stone chair that suddenly appeared under him, tilted his head and thought. Indeed, his purpose of coming to the Shushan world was very simple. It was to get the heavenly book and let himself see the future path of the immortal, especially the application of primordial spirit. He could use it for reference, learn, and absorb it into his own things. Secondly, he wanted to collect those useful and powerful treasures. And, if possible, he wanted to test the application range and combat ability of the new battlesuit. Finally, he wanted to earn the world power. Forget it, although there is nothing in this world that is worth wasting my time, it doesn't mean that there are no benefits to staying here. At least with the time difference between the two worlds, I can still do a lot of things. For example, I can deduce my own cultivation method. For example, I can learn some strange spells, or I can occasionally go out and do some floating to earn some world power. Thinking of this, Seito's heart was determined, and he flashed out of the magic cube world. He stayed in the wooden house in the Shushan world and began to deduce the later part of his cultivation method, according to what he was thinking now. Since Seito was no longer a troublemaker, the outside world became much calmer. Ame, in particular, felt that things were finally going smoothly on her side. If he wanted to get a treasure, he could get a treasure. If he wanted to kill someone, he could kill someone. This feeling could only be described with the word awesome. Just like that, unknowingly. More than 2 months passed by smoothly. Phew! On this day, Seito, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly exhaled a long breath and came out of his meditative state. What a pity, Seito said regretfully as he gently opened his eyes. It seems that I really need to deal with those 2 old men of Mount Song. Seito muttered to himself thoughtfully. It turned out that in the past 2 months, Seito, who had been maintaining the operation of his primordial spirit, finally relied on the help of several heavenly books and the complete Hesha Strange book obtained from the Shushan world to deduce a part of the self-cultivation method of the celestial level. However, just as he was about to continue to deduce, when he was about to deduce the true immortal and golden immortal levels, some obstacles appeared. That was the conflict between the systems of the 2 books, as well as the lack of connection in the middle, caused the progress of his deduction of the cultivation method to be stuck at the celestial level, unable to go any further. The only way to make up for this gap was to find an entire heavenly book and deduce it through the connection of the 2 sides. That was why he muttered to himself before. So much time has passed. The story should have entered the Tseun Temple stage. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate and immediately launched instant transmission and disappeared from the room. A few minutes later, Seito appeared in Chengdu City. At this time, Chengdu had just gone through a great chaos, so the population was not very large. It was completely unlike the situation of later generations where the city was full of people. It could be said that it was somewhat desolate. However, the city's scenery was not lacking. Tang cellars, street stalls, shops, and merchants walking through the streets and alleys. The shouting and bargaining of customers could be heard everywhere. Seito stretched out his hand and stopped a passerby. "Excuse me, how do I get to the Tseun Temple?" Seito asked with a kind smile. "Go forward." The passerby turned sideways and stretched out his hand to point into the distance while pointing the way to the Tseun Temple in a soft voice. After pointing the way, the passerby asked hesitantly, "Young master, Are you going to have fun? Yes. Seito nodded and admitted. If you're going to have fun, young master should go somewhere else. The passerby said. Why? Seito asked in surprise. Recently, the Tsiyun Temple has not been very peaceful. I heard that some ferocious-looking and strangely dressed people are often seen there. So for your safety, young master should find another place to have fun. The passerby explained. Is that so? Thank you for telling me, brother. I understand. Seito's face showed a hint of understanding, and then he cupped his hands and bowed politely. Young master, you are too polite. Young master, you are too polite. The passerby said in a panic. In ancient times, the 4 levels of scholars, agriculture, industry, and commerce were very strict. It was not like later generations who paid attention to equality. Therefore, after Seito dressed up like a young master, ordinary farmers and passers-by did not dare to accept his bow. This was because, in their understanding, this kind of young master was a learned person. In the future, he would definitely become a big official. His bow was not something that ordinary people like them could accept. After living in this world for so long, Seito, who understood the thinking of the ancient people of China, slightly shook his head and said goodbye to the passerby. He turned and walked toward the Tsiyun Temple. Tsiyun Temple was located in the northern suburbs of Chengdu City. It was only about 30 li away from Chengdu City. Therefore, it did not take long for Seito to arrive in front of Tsiyun Temple's door. At this time, Tsiyun Temple could be said to be the first Buddhist temple in the vicinity. After more than 10 years of hard work by Abbot Jitong, there were many kinds of buildings. There were winding corridors, flowers, and trees, and it was elegant and quiet. It was a first-class place. When people in Chengdu mentioned Tsiyun Temple, there was not a single person who did not say it was good. Even the scoundrels on the streets who were full of filth and could not say a good word would say, that Tsiyun Temple, the scenery, is not bad. Seito raised his hand and was about to knock on the temple's door. However, at this time, a subtle sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came, and it shot toward the back of Seito's head. Seito's expression changed slightly, and he dodged the stone's attack. Bang! The stone missed and hit the temple's door, creating a soft sound. It was also at this moment that a shadow flashed past the corner of his eyes. Seito raised his eyebrows, and like a Jianghu hero, he jumped and chased after the shadow. After a few steps, they entered the forest beside Tsiyun Temple. Once they entered the forest, the white shadow's speed became even faster. Like a monkey, it quickly jumped between the branches. It did not turn its head and bared its teeth at Seito. It was during this time that Seito saw the person's appearance clearly. Sure enough, it was like a monkey with a sharp mouth and a cunning appearance. The two of them moved quickly in the forest. After an unknown amount of time, they saw the white shadow suddenly increase its speed and quickly jumped between the branches, as if it wanted to get rid of him. Where do you think you're going? Seito shouted, and raised his hand to throw out a flying yellow stone. The flying yellow stone turned into a black shadow, and with a whoosh, it flew out. The white shadow jumped and nimbly dodged it. However, before it could stand firm, another flying yellow stone quickly flew in front of it and heavily hit its body. Bang! Bang! The white shadow only felt its body stiffen, and it fell from the branch, heavily falling to the ground. Seeing this, Seito immediately sped up, and with a few jumps, he landed next to the white shadow. Speak, why did you sneak attack me? Seito raised his foot and kicked the white shadow on the ground and shouted sternly. In fact, he knew the reason even without the white shadow saying it. It was to lure him away from Tsiyun Temple. Because in the original work, Bai Gai also asked people to do the same to Zhou Chun who wanted to explore Tsiyun Temple. And the reason why he asked this question was to see if he could deceive the person behind the scenes. I hope it's that old man Bai Gai. If that's the case, I'll have to find him again, Seito said in his heart. The white shadow did not speak and glared at Seito fiercely. Are you a mute? Seito raised his eyebrows and said, You're a mute. The white shadow angrily cursed. So you can talk, speak. Why did you sneak attack me? Seito sneered and asked again. Then his tone changed and he threatened, if you don't speak, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph. The white shadow coldly snorted and ignored him. If his acupuncture points were not sealed and he could not move, he would have directly killed this guy in front of him. Since you don't want to speak, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Seito did not hold back and waved his hand to hit the white shadow's dantian. Seeing Seito's action, the white shadow finally changed color. Because for cultivators like them, who had tasted the taste of power, no one wanted to return to their original appearance. So any cultivator would rather be killed than have their cultivation crippled. At this time, Seito's eyes slightly moved and suddenly turned his body, dodging a smelly foot from behind. Perhaps the attacker did not expect that someone could dodge his sneak attack, and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Seito turned around and looked at the attacker. In an instant, a thin old man wearing a plain white robe, who looked as if a gust of wind could blow him away, and his face was slightly old, but his face was ruddy, and his white hair was held in place by a simple hairpin. It's really him. Seito secretly rejoiced. The attacker was none other than the old man Seito was looking for, the cloud-chasing old man, by Gai. Then, Seito stepped forward and punched by Gai's face. By Gai turned around, and once again came behind Seito, and continued to kick Seito. Chapter 1678. Seito smirked when he sensed the attack. He abruptly turned around and raised his arm behind him. In an instant, a crimson beam of light shot straight at Baigai's face, who was just playing with a child. Bang! Bang! In an instant, there was a loud explosion, and Baigai's fair and tender old face was immediately charred black. His eyes closed, and he cried out in pain as he quickly retreated. Seito did not show any mercy. He swung his arm and shot a streak of white light at Baigai. The streak of white light was as thin as a finger and as long as a foot. It shot toward Baigai. Although his eyes were affected by the lightning technique, his soul was still present, and his sense of danger was still present. He would not lose his ability to fight just because he was momentarily dazed. He immediately raised his arm, and a streak of silver-white light shot out from his sleeve, meeting Seito's streak of white light. Clang! 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 The two flying swords were like two silver dragons. They danced and clashed in the air as they chased each other, reflecting dazzling streaks of silver light. Seito did not pay too much attention to the struggle between the flying swords after using the heavenly sword to block Baigai's flying swords. He raised his hands and released bolts of lightning, shooting them at Baigai. At this time, after a short period of buffer, Baigai, who had mostly recovered from his external injuries, opened his eyes with difficulty. He then pointed his finger forward, and a round magic treasure immediately flew out. It instantly grew to half the height of a person and blocked in front of him. Boom! The thunderbolt collided with the shield, creating a violent explosion. Who are you? Baigai glared at Seito and growled. Seito did not reply. He simply raised his hand and tossed out 3 rings that flickered with azure, red, and yellow light. They quickly flew above Baigai's head. Then, the red ring trembled slightly, and the cloud dragons and mist tigers on its surface leaped out. They chased each other and attacked each other, unleashing countless bolts of lightning and fire toward Baigai. Baigai's expression changed. He pointed at the round shield again and moved it to his head. Rays of light blossomed from it and enveloped his entire body, forcefully withstanding the lightning strikes. Boom! 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 Intense, rumbling sounds reverberated in the forest one after another. Baigai, who knew that he couldn't just sit there, didn't dare to be negligent. He patted the treasure pouch on his waist again and took out a handkerchief. He raised his hand and threw it out. The handkerchief fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to 2 meters wide. Then, it flew towards the sand, Kai, Qing Ning's circle in the sky. However, at this moment, a five-colored waterfall suddenly shot out from the side and quickly wrapped around the square handkerchief. With a curl, it brought the shrinking handkerchief back to Sei Ito and disappeared into the small bottle in his hand. Then, Sei Ito's hand trembled slightly, and another five-colored waterfall shot out from the mouth of the bottle, flying toward Baigai's head. It was obvious that the target was the small round shield that protected him from the lightning and fire. Baigai's heart sank when he saw this. He immediately raised his hand and shot out a green light. The green light turned into a bolt of lightning and met the five-colored waterfall head-on. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the five-color waterfall shot out from the light mirage bottle was also blown apart. However, after only 2 or 3 seconds, the five-colored waterfall condensed back into a cloud and retracted back into the small bottle in Sei Ito's hand. Seeing this, Sei Ito snorted and put away the small bottle with a flip of his hand. Then, he raised his hand and created a purplish-green flame. Purplish-green Tusida fire. Baigai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. The corner of Sei Ito's mouth curled up slightly, but he still did not answer. He controlled the purplish-green Tusida fire to burn Baigai. Baigai's expression quickly changed. Then he suddenly took out a black pill from his 100 treasures pouch, gritted his teeth, and threw it into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, there was a loud explosion, and a large amount of crimson flames appeared in the sky, burning away the lightning that was shot out by the red rings of the 3 realms of purity and peace. It also released a powerful shockwave that sent the 3 realms of purity and peace flying a distance away. Then, Baigai waved his hand and put away the round shield around him. He called back his flying sword and used the man and sword as one technique to quickly fly away. In the blink of an eye, Baigai flew hundreds of meters away, faster than the speed of sound. Seeing this, Ito Sei did not dare to hesitate. He immediately waved his hand and retrieved the 3 realms pure peace ring, the heavenly sword, and the large expanse of purple and green Tusida fire. Then he turned into lightning and chased after Baigai at an extremely fast speed. With a loud boom, Sei Ito's streak of lightning flew over 1,000 meters in an instant, catching up to Baigai, who had used the man and sword as one technique. He revealed himself and took out the 9 heavens primordial Yang ruler. He activated it and shot out a streak of purple light. The purple light danced and shot directly into Baigai's body. Then, it turned into a long purple rope that tightly bound him. Baigai's body was forced to reveal itself in an instant. Then, a streak of white light flashed and sliced through Baigai's neck. A large head flew out in an instant. Its eyes were wide open with disbelief. Then, in the next second, a nascent soul that was completely composed of energy and looked like an 8 or 9-year-old baby emerged from Baigai's body. It turned into a streak of light and was about to escape into the distance. He was already prepared for this and did not hesitate. The green mirage bottle that appeared in his hand again shot out a 5-colored light that surrounded Baigai's nascent soul that had just escaped from his body. It circled around him and was about to forcibly bring him back into the green mirage bottle. How could Baigai be willing to accept such an outcome? He activated his mysterious technique and kept struggling. Although the two of them had only fought for a short period of time, it had not even been a minute since the scarlet lightning struck his face, but the commotion was not small. It had definitely alarmed the people hiding in Ci Yun Temple and the Amei experts who were monitoring nearby. Therefore, it was very likely that someone would appear in the next second. Therefore, Sei Ito did not dare to waste any time. He raised his hand and shot out a streak of Yang lightning. Bam! Although the nascent soul had turned into Yang, it still had the Yin attribute. Not to mention that it was a body of energy, so its resistance to energy attacks was very low. Therefore, under the bombardment of this red lightning, Baigai immediately screamed and lost the power to resist. He was swept back into the green mirage bottle by the 5-colored light cloud. Then, Say Ito turned his hand and put away the green mirage bottle, as well as the nine heavens primordial yang ruler and by Gai's body that had been cut in two. He was about to launch a teleportation to leave this place. However, before he could leave, a sword light suddenly shot out from the side and slashed straight at his body. An invisible light flashed outside, say, Ito's body, and with a bang, the flying sword that suddenly came at him was blocked. Who is it? Say Ito turned his hand and took out the nine heavens primordial yang ruler. He poured power into it and made 9 golden lights that were as thick as a person to circle around him for protection. While looking around, he shouted coldly, "Hand over by Gai's body and nascent soul." At the same time, a skinny old man wearing a dark red Taoist robe appeared from the void. He was short and had an ugly face, giving people a sense of harshness. Short old man Jume, the sky mirror? Seito narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, You are quite knowledgeable. Jume said lightly. Short old man Jume was the leader of the Qingchang sect in the Shu Mountain world. He was close to the immortal level. He was very close to the cloud-chasing old man, Bai Gai, and the 2 elders of Mount Song. Otherwise, he would not have studied and practiced together when he first obtained the 2nd volume of Heavenly Books. The Sky Mirror was a powerful treasure with strange power. It was the same as the 9 heavens primordial yang ruler that Sei Ito was currently using. At the same time, it was the most powerful treasure to subdue demons 5,000 years ago. As long as one held it in one's hand, one could hide in the void. In terms of effect, it was the same as Sei Ito imitating the Dark Templar in StarCraft, which borrowed the power of space to hide oneself. It was also a very profound method of hiding oneself. In addition, the sky mirror could also shoot out a strange light from its surface. Any magic treasure or flying sword that was illuminated by this light would immediately lose its effect, no matter how powerful it was. It could be said to be the nemesis of magic treasures. In terms of property, it had the same effect as the Hao Ian mirror, which specialized in breaking spells and restrictions. However, Sei Ito remembered that he should have given the sky mirror to his disciple who had a grudge with him for 3 generations. Little Zhu Mei, who was later the disciple of a Mei, Zhu Wenkai. However, he did not know why it was still in his hands. Did someone not give it to Zhu Wen yet? Or did something happen because of me? Seito could not help but guess. Just as he thought, things had indeed changed. Originally, according to the original story, Zhu Wen should have been given to Zhu Mei by force at this time. In the end, he was taken over by the Cloud Eater nun and became a disciple of a Mei. Then, he met Li Yingxiong in the Boundless Mountain. However, because of Sei Ito's influence, a Mei had been under great pressure during that period of time. Their personnel moved frequently, so the Cloud Eater nun, who was assigned to observe carefully, did not have the heart to help Zhu Mei resolve the grudge between them. As a result, although Zhu Wen became Zhu Mei's disciple, because of the grudge between them for 3 generations, they were not happy. Therefore, although they were master and disciple in name, they were also master and disciple in reality. However, the magic treasure and the like had not been bestowed yet. Later on, a Mei wanted to open the Sword of Mercy Cloud in advance, so she needed Zhu Mei's help at the Heaven Vanishing Mirror. This delayed the bestowment of the treasure by a lot, so it was still in the short old man, Zhu Mei's hands. Because of this, the current conflict occurred. It's good that it's you, Seito said softly. After saying this, his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind Zhu Mei. A black saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Zhu Mei's body. In any case, he had already met Zhu Mei, and he had clearly seen his appearance. Therefore, he would become a wanted target of a Mei sooner or later. Therefore, Seito did not bother to hide anymore. He planned to directly capture Zhu Mei and take away the sky mirror in his hands. To be honest, Seito really liked this magic treasure. Chapter 1679. Clang! A melodious and crisp sound echoed. A transparent energy barrier suddenly appeared around Zhu Mei's body, intercepting Sei Ito's attack. Although it didn't really injure Zhu Mei, this kind of elusive movement really scared him, causing Zhu Mei's expression to change greatly. However, Zhu Mei's appearance was a bit wretched, and his actions were a bit shady, but his strength and adaptability were worthy of being near the standard of a sky immortal. With a thought, he summoned the flying sword that had been revolving around him and directly pierced towards Sei Ito's neck. Golden flowers revolve around Sei Ito's body, and 3 of them quickly merged into one. As the flower rotated, it blossomed with an immeasurable amount of golden light, blocking the flying sword. Seeing this, Sei Ito, who didn't care whether Zhu Mei's flying sword was a threat or not, lightly shook his wrist. He laid down a layer of pitch-black mysterious energy on the divine saber, celestial clouds. He raised the saber and fiercely chopped down again. Whoosh! Zhu Mei's body turned into a white light and flew away, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. In the process of flying away, the short Zhu Mei leaned to the side and raised his hand to shoot out a blue light. The light flickered, and with a crackling sound, the light shot toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito raised his arm slightly and also shot out a scarlet light. Boom! Midway, the 2 lights collided and burst out with a loud sound. Then, Sei Ito's silhouette split into 3 and used instant transmission to chase after him. With this super long distance of instant transmission, it was almost instantaneous. The 3 Sei Ito, including the 2 shadow doppelgangers, appeared on Zhu Mei's left and right. They each raised their hands to shoot out a lightning and blasted towards the flying Zhu Mei. Feeling a sense of danger in his heart, Zhu Mei, who knew how powerful the lightning technique was, didn't dare to be careless. He threw out a throw to meet the lightning. Boom! A violent explosion immediately exploded in midair. However, in the next moment, even more lightning fire continuously bombarded down like a torrential rain in summer. At the same time, another multicolored waterfall shot out from the side and swept towards Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei's expression changed greatly from this continuous attack, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the heaven-escaping mirror and held it in his hand. He operated a mysterious technique, and a bright white light shot out from the mirror and shot towards the colorful waterfall. Although he didn't know what the 5-color waterfall was, it couldn't escape from a transcendent artifact or something like that. It would definitely be restrained by the heaven escape mirror's mirror light in his hand. It was a kind of no matter how many martial arts you have, no matter how many techniques you have, you are still unable to escape. The feeling of I'll break it with my own power. Under the illumination of the white light, the waterfall immediately trembled and quickly. In his mind, the lightning and fire that filled the sky should be from another set of magic treasures, because among the various lightning techniques he knew, no matter if it was a righteous immortal technique or a demonic technique, it was almost impossible to rely on human strength to produce such a dense attack. However, before he could turn his wrist, half of a pitch-black blade suddenly appeared under his arm and slashed upwards. Clang! The attack was once again blocked by the light shield raised by Zhu Mei's protective magic treasure. However, before Zhu Mei could react, a large expanse of purple-green flames suddenly appeared around him, wrapping him in the flames and burning him fiercely. Waves of blazing heat. Immediately, Zhu Mei's heart surged. Under the burning of the purple-green flame, the protective light outside his body began to distort and change, and it emitted a chi-chi sound as if it was about to be burned and evaporated. Purple-green tusset of fire. Zhu Mei's expression changed greatly as he exclaimed. At this moment, the lightning and fire that filled the sky disappeared. Sei Ito, who was surrounded by golden flowers and looked like a Taoist immortal in ancient legends, appeared again and looked at the flames with a cold expression. The purple-green tusset of fire, as its name suggested, could be said to be a powerful magic treasure, but its nature was still that of a flame and it had the characteristics of a spiritual object of heaven and earth, so it was completely unafraid of the light of the heaven evasion mirror. Moreover, it was very powerful and could burn all things. It was precisely because he knew this that Ito used it to trap Zhumei, so as to avoid using other magic treasures like the Mirage Bottle before, which would have its efficacy wiped out and require a period of time to recover. However, although the purple-green Tusita fire was good, it was not impossible to resist. In the case of a good protective magic treasure, people with profound cultivation could rely on the consumption of their inner chi to resist the burning of the flame and delay for time. For example, Zhumei now. In this situation where someone might appear at any time, Zhumei, who had the heaven evasion mirror in hand, could almost stand in an invincible position. As long as he had the right opportunity, he could activate the mirror to hide. Even a fairy immortal might not be able to find his figure. At that time, whether he wanted to run or stay, or take the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, it all depended on his thoughts at that time. For this point, Ito naturally understood. Of course, he would not let him do as he wished. Immediately, he sneered and took out an object from the Rubik's Cube world. This object was shaped like an iron pestle, about 7 feet long. It looked like a pestle, but it was not a pestle. One end was slightly shaped like a pestle, and the other end was slightly pointed like an ancient spear handle. There were also 2 protrusions. It was as thick as a teacup, and the pestle head was very small. The whole body was dark, but there seemed to be a pattern protruding in the middle, reflecting the moonlight. It was the demon-subduing treasure obtained from the Guangxing golden boat, wooding axe. Ito took the axe in front of him, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of pure elemental energy on the axe body. Then, he operated the sacrificial method recorded in the heavenly book in his heart, and sacrificed the wooding axe in his hand. The wooding axe was originally an ownerless object, and when it flew out of the Guangxing golden boat, it had been subdued by Ito with force. It more or less recognized him. In addition, Ito's own cultivation was above the fairy immortal level, so he could use the sacrificial method recorded in the heavenly book. Almost instantly, the initial sacrificial refining of the wooding axe was completed, and it could be used by him at will. Then, Ito raised his hand and threw the wooding axe in his hand. In mid-air, the wooding axe seemed to have eaten a catalyst, and it swelled fiercely. In an instant, it became like a door panel, and the whole body was flowing with 5 rays of light, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Then, the huge wooding axe was lightly raised, and then turned into a streamer. It fiercely chopped down at Zhumei, who was wrapped in the sea of fire below. Zhumei's expression changed greatly when she saw this. She immediately chanted a spell, and let the heaven-escaping mirror shoot out a treasure light. The treasure light went straight up and shone on the wooding axe. In an instant, the attack of the wooding axe paused, but it did not immediately lose its magical effect. The center of gravity shrank to the shape of a 7-foot small axe, still maintaining the size of a door panel. The axe trembled and was in a deadlock with the treasure light of the heaven-escaping mirror. It could be seen that the treasure was the treasure. Although it was restrained, it did not lose its magical effect instantly like the ordinary magic weapon. It was just that in this way, Zhumei had to be distracted. She could no longer concentrate on maintaining the magic weapon's divine light outside her body. Therefore, after more than a second, the magic weapon's divine light trembled violently, as if it was about to be destroyed. This change immediately frightened Zhumei, and she could not help but shift most of her attention to the magic weapon's protection. She hurriedly operated the mysterious art to maintain the magic weapon's power, resisting the burning of the purple and green Tusita fire. However, at this time, a pitch-black long light suddenly rose from below Zhumei and slashed up. Whoosh! Clang! Clang! Pa! Puff! In a series of sounds, the black light slashed through the flame range of the purple and green Tusita fire and cut on the protective treasure light outside Zhumei's body. Then, In an instant, it broke through Jumei's body and cut her body in two. Ito swung his hand and pointed the divine saber in his hand, the celestial cloud saber, and soared diagonally to the ground. Then with a thought, the purple and green Tusita fire and Jumei's body wrapped in it, together with the wooding axe, which had temporarily lost its magical effect and became an ordinary object. They were all taken into the Rubik's Cube world. After doing all this, Seito did not hesitate and immediately launched instant transmission, disappearing from the place. This time, no one launched a sneak attack to trouble him. Seito smoothly left the battlefield. In the next moment, Seito's figure appeared in a small hut in the Chiyo family dam. Originally, I just wanted to go to the Ci-Yun temple to explore the situation and see the progress of the story. I didn't expect to achieve the goal in one go. What an unexpected gain. Seito sighed softly. Then, his figure flashed again and appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. Who the hell are you? Jumei, who was left with only a nascent soul body and had her magic sealed by the Rubik's Cube, coldly questioned. Next to her was the cloud-chasing old man by Gai, who was also left with only a nascent soul body and had his magic sealed. For these two guys who were about to be refined in a fertilizer, Seito was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand and summoned the 100 treasures pouches and magic treasures left on their bodies into his hand. Then, with a thought, he used force to break the restrictions on the 100 treasures pouches of the two elders of Mount Song and took out the items inside one by one. Needless to say, these two old guys were really rich. They were much richer than Ling Hun and green-robed old man. Just the flying swords alone numbered 5 or 6. There were also many other strange toys. As for the pills used for healing, restoring magic power, increasing cultivation, calming the mind, opening the mind, and unknown effects, they were all lined up in a row. If one had to count the number, there were far more than 100 pills. TSK, as expected of an old senior. You have a lot of wealth. Looking at the pile of things in front of him, Seito lightly clicked his tongue. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, among these two guys, the short old man, Zhu Mei, was the founder of one of the branches in Qingqin. He was responsible for establishing a sect and spreading his teachings. It would be unreasonable for him to not have anything on him. In addition, the two of them were the top experts in the world. Ordinary opportunities and dangers could not stop them. It was normal for them to have some gains. Otherwise, how could something as good as the heavenly book fall into their hands? Thinking of the heavenly book, Seito ignored the flying swords, magic treasures, pills, and spirit materials that were sorted out. His gaze fell on a pile of books and jade pages at the back. Soon, a scroll that seemed to be made of gold but not gold, paper but not paper, and not beast fur appeared in front of Seito's eyes. The surface faintly flickered with a layer of protection. Seeing the familiar appearance, how could Seito not understand that this was the original heavenly book? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xin pulled it over and held it in his hand. On the side, the two elders of Mount Song's expression immediately changed. However, the two of them were now prisoners. They could not use any magic power, so how could they resist? Therefore, they could only close their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Seito, who did not pay much attention to the emotional changes of the two elders of Mount Song, did not hesitate. He immediately broke the restriction and lowered his head to look at the heavenly book in his hand. It really is the original heavenly book. After a moment, Seito said with some joy. Then with a wave of his arm, except for the heaven-escaping mirror, the two elders of Mount Song's flying swords, and the Taoist calligraphy book, everything else was thrown into the miscellaneous treasure house. Then, Seito looked up and glanced at the two elders of Mount Song, and said lightly, "Rubik's Cube, refine the two of them." As soon as his voice fell, the nascent soul of the two elders of Mount Song and their bodies immediately disappeared from Seito's sight, following in the footsteps of Ling Han, Green Robe, and those evil cultivators who had been beheaded by him. After dealing with the two of them, Ito, Sei, didn't waste time. He immediately sat down cross-legged and studied the second volume of the heavenly book in his hand seriously. In the process, from time to time, he took out the first volume of the heavenly book that he got from Linghun and the second volume of the heavenly book that he got from Qingluo Valley, as well as the complete Hesha Strange Book. As for the various changes caused by the disappearance of the two elders of Mount Song, Ito-sei, who had completely lost interest in the world of Mount Song, completely ignored it. He was immersed in studying in the mountains. Unknowingly, another few months had passed. It's finally done. On this day, Sei Ito, who had been meditating with his eyes closed and had not moved for a long time, suddenly shook his eyelids and woke up from his meditation. Then, he exhaled a long, turbid breath, opened his eyes, and sighed. After a period of hard work, he had finally deduced all the cultivation methods of the celestial immortal stage. As for the cultivation methods of the true immortal stage or golden immortal stage, it was possible only with the help of the cultivation methods of the celestial immortals of the main world. However, it did not affect Sei Ito much. After all, he was not a pure cultivator. Instead, he was walking a path that was different from any cultivator in the world. What's more, through the study of the heavenly book and the Hesha Strange Book, Sei Ito found that after becoming an immortal, in addition to the cultivation methods, it was more about the comprehension of Taoism. As long as Taoism was enough, even if you were still using an ordinary cultivation method, you could already push your cultivation to the corresponding level. The only difference was that you might not be able to breathe primordial qi as fast as the corresponding cultivation method, which would make you a lot slower than ordinary people. At the same time, the power you could exert in a battle would be much lower. I'll go out and take a look, then leave this world. Sei Ito stood up and softly he said to himself after stretching his body. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 1680. Whoosh! With a soft whistling sound, a silver light suddenly fell from the void and landed on the ground. Bang! The silver light exploded, filling the sky with silver stardust, slowly disappearing into the air, revealing the situation within the light pillar. A tall young man was standing in the middle of a slowly rotating silver magic circle with a joyful smile on his face. It was none other than the main character, Sei Ito. Then, the magic circle under Sei Ito's feet shone once again, and Sei Ito disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in his home in Akikura-no. Master, Little Spirit Dream's voice rang in Sei Ito's ears. How long have I been gone this time? Sei Ito asked as he walked into the house. 22 hours, 36 minutes, and 24 seconds. Little Spirit Dream replied without missing a second. It's actually 2 more hours than the last time. It seems that the influence of the time flow caused by the dimension's advancement is getting bigger and bigger. Sei Ito sighed as he returned to the living room. I really don't know what will happen when the dimension's advancement is at its most intense. I hope it won't become synchronized with the flow of time on both sides. If that happens, I'll have a headache. Sei Ito pondered in his heart. Nothing happened, right? Ito-sei stretched out his hands and held the empty cup and the water bottle that suddenly appeared in front of him. He unscrewed the cap of the water bottle with psychokinesis and poured the water in the bottle into the cup and asked again. Everything is normal. That's good. Sei Ito put down the bottle and nodded. He brought the cup to his mouth and took a sip. Then he put down the cup. He raised his head and looked at the time displayed on the white clock hanging on the wall, 10:35 a.m. He stood up, turned around, and returned to his room to sit down. He waved his hand to summon the remote control and turned on the television to watch a late-night program. That's right, a late-night program. Because this 10:35 a.m. was not referring to 10:35 a.m., but 10:35 a.m. in the middle of the night. A comedy filled with ridicule and adult words was broadcasted on the television. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In the past month, Sei Ito was like an ascetic cultivator. He did not enter the Rubik's Cube world to accompany his family and girlfriend, nor did he summon Nagara Masami and Kurakimai to accompany him. Instead, he carefully revised the cultivation methods that he had derived in the Shu Mountain world, as well as the skills and the application of the primordial spirit and the usage of the return of normality technique. He made them more in line with the rules and vitality of the main world, and they no longer gave him a sluggish feeling like they had in the first few days after he returned. In less than a month, the great limit of celestial immortals and deities will be lifted. Then, another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the last obstacle has been dealt with. Itose breathed out a long sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, just as he had said, until now, he had finally solved all the problems that existed in the use of cultivation methods and primordial spirit, as well as the use of spells. There were no more flaws, just like when he was in the Shushan world. He could use those spells perfectly, or even in an even more powerful way. Taking advantage of the remaining half a month, it's time to go to the dimensional world again and look for things that can strengthen my subordinates. Thinking of this, Ito no longer hesitated. He raised his head and said to the void, "Little Ling Meng, I have to leave for a while. I'll leave the house to you." "Yes, master." Countless photon particles gathered, and the figure of little Ling Meng condensed. She replied with a serious face. Ito smiled slightly, stretched out 2 fingers, and gently rubbed the small head of the miniaturized little Ling Meng. Little Ling Meng squinted her eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment like a cat that had its fur stroked. Then, Ito withdrew his hand. He flashed and disappeared from the room. "Magic cube, send me to this world." A moment later, Ito, whose figure suddenly appeared in the void of the magic cube world, recalled the information of the world he was about to go to in his mind for the magic cube to search for, and at the same time, ordered loudly. "Information received, beginning search. Matching world found, locking world coordinates." After pausing for about half a minute, the information of the magic cube once again appeared in Ito's mind. "Locking completed, beginning transmission." At the same time as the information appeared, a spatial distortion immediately appeared in the dark void of the magic cube world. It was like a dark oil that was being tempered. It rotated rapidly, and then in the next moment, with a crackling sound, it burst open, forming a vortex that rotated rapidly. A strong suction force was generated from the vortex, pulling Ito's body and dragging him into the vortex. In just 3 to 4 seconds, Ito turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the vortex. After an unknown period of time, in a forest located in a world deep in the dimensional sea, with the same crackling sound of glass shattering, Ito's figure appeared again. His body was surrounded by clouds and rolling like a celestial being. Then, after about 2 minutes, the cloud that was wrapped around Ito, shook slightly and quickly disappeared into Ito's body like 10,000 streams returning to the sea. "Phew!" Ito gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, opened his eyes, and looked at everything in front of him. As usual, the place where he appeared was still a forest without any traces of humans. The vegetation was dense, and the trees were thick and towering. However, the scenery in the sky made him raise his eyebrows. In the pitch-black sky, filled with stars, a huge red moon appeared in his eyes. "This is definitely not Earth," Ito thought to himself. Then, he relaxed his mind and closed his eyes to sense the energy in the air. This kind of energy should be demonic energy. After a while, Ito opened his eyes again and muttered to himself, "With this amount in density, I should have appeared directly in the demonic realm, right?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud roar of a beast. A huge beast that was 3 times larger than an ordinary tiger on Earth walked out from the forest at the side. However, its body shape and appearance were almost the same. The only difference was that it had an extra long horn on its forehead. Roar! The huge beast lowered its body and assumed an attacking posture, roaring at Ito. "I am now even more certain that this is definitely the demonic realm, and not the human realm that I want to go to." Ito sighed helplessly. Then he adjusted his mind and pointed forward, shooting out a white light from his hand. The white light was the heavenly sword, which had completely transformed into a flying sword. The heavenly sword flashed slightly and quickly appeared before Monster. Before Monster could react to what was happening, the heavenly sword pierced through Monster's forehead and came out from its back. Roar! It was only then that the monster let out a roar of pain mixed with fear. Plop! After roaring, the huge beast fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the heavenly sword shot back like lightning and disappeared into Ito's chest as if it had merged with the void. As the world's #1 killer, I'll give you a chance to be my material. Ito joked. Then, with a thought, he threw the monster's corpse, which was still emitting hot air, into the Rubik's Cube world and handed it to the people in the biological laboratory to deal with. But since I'm already in the demonic realm, I might as well stay in the demonic realm for a while and find out how to go to the human realm, Ito thought to himself. After making up his mind, Ito did not hesitate. He randomly chose a direction based on his intuition and walked out in large strides. It had to be said that the demonic realm's land was very vast. Ito walked through the forest that he came from for nearly 5 days before he finished walking and stepped onto the red land of the demonic realm. Although this was also because Ito didn't run with all his strength, this was enough to explain the problem. After that, Ito did not waste any more time and used instant transmission to travel into the distance. After moving continuously for half a day, Ito finally saw a man-made structure. A huge castle that was similar to the ancient castles that the nobles lived in during the Middle Ages in Europe. The reason why it was huge was because the castle was more than 10 meters high and 20 meters long. It was square in shape. At the top, there was a wide wall path that could allow people to walk and even horses to run. It was connected to 4 castles that looked like arrow towers. Several ferocious-looking stone sculptures similar to the legendary gargoyles stood on the castle's roof, parapets, both sides of the gate, and other places that could not be seen. They looked like guards. But thinking that this was the demonic realm, anything strange could happen, so those gargoyles might really be gargoyles that could move. Seeing the building, Ito was delighted and used instant transmission even more vigorously to move over. After more than a minute, Ito arrived in front of the castle. It was also at this time that Ito discovered that there were soldiers guarding the castle. Each of them was wearing black armor and holding cold weapons. They stood motionless at the side, looking like lifeless statues. Stop! Just when Ito was about to go forward and call the door, the soldiers guarding the 2 gates moved together and pointed the weapons in their hands at Ito and shouted, "This is the castle of Amu Adeli's family. Unrelated people should leave immediately." Amu Adeli? I've never heard of this name before. He shouldn't be a great noble, right? Ito tilted his head and thought for a while. After finding that he could not find any information about this name, he guessed. But forget it. Who cares if he is a great noble or not? It's more important to find the passage to the human world first. Otherwise, I can't be sure about the time. Chapter 1681. But forget it. Who cares if he is a noble from the demon realm or not? It is more important to find the passage to the human realm first, or else there is no way to determine the time. Thinking of this, Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately reached out and grabbed the 2 guards at the door. In an instant, an invisible force shrouded the 2 guards. "How dare you?" the 2 guards shouted in unison. Then, magic power burst out from their bodies, and they were about to attack Ito. But when they wanted to move, it was as if they were stuck in a quagmire, and it was extremely difficult. Then, Ito's 5 fingers closed, and the 2 guards who were wrapped by the invisible force immediately involuntarily crashed into each other. Bang! The armor buzzed, and the 2 guards fainted. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Mu Adri's house? At this time, another roar came from the castle. At the same time, The two gargoyles who were squatting on the square stone at the door stretched out their bodies and grabbed at Ito. Seeing this, Ito didn't dodge. With a thought, the metal spears that were originally in the hands of the two guards immediately flew out and hit the gargoyle that was flying towards them. Bang! Almost at the same time, with a muffled sound, the gargoyles were sent flying and fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. Then, Ito did not stay any longer and directly used instant transmission and disappeared from the front of AMU Adri's castle with the two unconscious guards. Damn it, don't let me catch you, or I will tear you to pieces. Seeing the enemy disappear, a thin man with red hair, sharp ears, and a pair of fangs who had just run out of the castle cursed angrily. At the same time, in another wasteland more than 100 kilometers away from the castle, Ito and the two unconscious guards appeared. Bang! Clang! Without the support of Li Cheng, the two guards fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ito turned around and grabbed at the air. One of the guards flew into his hand under the guidance of an invisible force and was grabbed by the neck by Ito. Then, Ito took off the helmet on the other's head and slapped it hard. Pa! 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 The crisp sound of the face being slapped immediately echoed in the empty wilderness of the demon realm. After being slapped for 7 or 8 times, the swollen face of the soldier, who couldn't be removed even with the body of a demon, finally woke up. He blinked his eyes in confusion, and then he focused his eyes again. He looked at Ito in front of him with a changed expression. "It's good that you woke up," Ito said with a faint smile on his face. "What are you doing?" the soldier asked with a trembling voice. Ito smiled and did not answer the soldier's question. Instead, he directly released his spiritual power and directly and forcefully pierced into the soldier's mind. He broke through the other's self-consciousness and entered the depths of the soldier's consciousness. He forcibly browsed through the soldier's memories. Of course, in order to better mobilize the soldier's memories and make it easier for him to read them, Ito would also skillfully stimulate the soldier's voice outside. For example, Ito would ask, "Do you know where the passage between the demon realm and the human realm is?" As long as the question was asked, the memory related to the passage between the demon realm and the human realm would be driven to the highest level of the sea of consciousness. It would be like the pinned function of the forum. It would appear at the top position and be smoothly read by Ito. Of course, if there was a memory restriction in the other party's mind, this kind of behavior could easily trigger the restriction and carry out special treatment on the owner of the memory, such as crushing the memory, erasing the consciousness, destroying the brain, and other powerful methods. However, was it possible for a guard soldier to receive such treatment? It was obviously impossible, unless this guy was a spy in the infernal society. However, a guard was a guard in the end. He was destined to never have the chance to go to the human realm in this life. Therefore, even though he had heard of this passage and knew that it was in the north, in the territory of a certain demon king's family, he did not know the specific situation at all. He could not help Ito in the slightest. After searching the soldier's memory, Ito curled his lips. A purple-green flame suddenly ignited in his hand and spread to the soldier whose consciousness had fallen into chaos due to the forced memory search. With a scream, he was quickly burned to ashes and disappeared with the night wind of the demon realm. Then, Ito used psychokinesis to grab another soldier in front of him and read his memory in the same way. The result was the same as the previous soldier. Apart from knowing that there was such a place and that it was roughly in the north, he knew nothing about the other passages. After that, Ito used verbal provocation to ask about the situation in the north, as well as whether there were large cities with more demons nearby and where the large cities were. After finding some useful information, he burned him into nothingness with the purple-green Tusita fire, just like he had done to the previous soldier. After dealing with the two captives, Ito set off on his journey again and moved toward the north where there was a passage between the demon realm and the human realm. It was still the same sentence. The demon realm was too big, and it was vast and populated. Often, after a day of moving, he would not even see a single demon hair. What was even more speechless was that he could not even see the shadow of a demon beast. It was comparable to the primitive continent. He really did not know how the guys in the demon realm usually communicated. Fortunately, Seito had the Rubik's Cube world, so he was not too lonely. Therefore, after more than 4 days, Seito finally arrived at a demon town where many demons lived. For some reason, the image of a human had long integrated into the entire demon world, so Seito's obviously pure human appearance was not too conspicuous. Therefore, the demons in the town did not treat him with hostility, and they still ignored him like he was a commoner. Seeing this, Seito smiled. According to the signs hanging outside the shops, he found the tavern in the town, pushed the door open, and walked in. Ding-ling-dang-lang. The crisp and pleasant sound of a bell rang. The tavern was not large, only about 100 square meters. The decoration and furnishings were very retro, somewhat similar to the taverns in the western United States in the 40s and 50s of the last century. However, the various utensils used in it were absolutely products of modern society. There were goblets, deep glasses, juice machines, coffee machines, and so on, making it look a little strange. Seito ignored the gazes of the people around him, walked straight to the innermost bar, and sat down. Chapter 1682. P.S. Thank you to Depressing Start for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, NXCX, and My Harem is a lot for your tips. What would you like to drink? A middle-aged, honest-looking man with blonde hair walked up to Seito and asked coldly, "Is this the service attitude of the Demon Tavern?" "It's really cold," Seito thought to himself. "Anything is fine as long as it doesn't kill." Seito smiled. The blonde man looked at Seito blankly. He turned around and walked away while saying, "Wait." After about 2 minutes, the blonde man came back with a glass of something as red as blood. He placed the glass on the bar counter and pushed it in front of Seito. "Yours." It was such a simple way of speaking that it hurt his balls. Thinking like this, Itose reached out and took the wine glass, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. Instantly, a strange but unique taste spread in his mouth. Then, as the liquid flowed, a faint, dark energy with the same nature as the demonic aura in the air overflowed from the liquid, as expected of a demon drink. Seito thought to himself. Then, he used the mixed elemental energy in his body to devour the foreign evil energy. "How about we make a deal?" Seito put down the glass and looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Oh." The middle-aged man's eyes moved slightly. "A deal. Other than the orthodox cultivation of demons. This was another way to obtain power. I want to know the way to go to the human world." Seito rubbed the glass with both hands and stared at the middle-aged man in front of him without blinking. He spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. According to the information he knew about this world, the passage between the realm of devils and the human realm was heavily guarded, and the inspection in the middle was very strict. One had to go through a certain number of steps before using it. Otherwise, once discovered, one would be killed by the magic array on the train passing through the passage between the two worlds. Obviously, in this world where there were gods, demons, and monsters, there was no such thing as a monster. He really didn't have 100% confidence that he would be able to deceive the inspection magic array set up by the great Demon King. Therefore, he could only learn from some of the guys in the original work and use sneaky methods. "You seem to have asked the wrong person," the middle-aged man replied in the same low tone. "It doesn't matter if I'm wrong or not, as long as you could show me a clear path. I won't be stingy with the trade goods." Itose chuckled. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He didn't answer immediately. Seito saw this. With a light smile, he put his left hand into his pocket and pretended to take out a test tube. He took it to the side of the wine glass and put it on the wine glass, completely covered by his other hand, and said lightly, "This is an alchemy potion. Its effect is to quickly restore the missing magic power in the body." Hearing Seito's introduction, the middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. Although the realm of devils in this world was much more peaceful and harmonious than the realm of devils described in the web novels of the main world, it didn't mean that there were no conflicts, violence, and crimes. Battles also happened from time to time. Therefore, this kind of potion that could increase one's magic power at a critical moment was very valuable on the market, and it was only circulated among the nobles. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get this kind of thing. I heard that the middle-rank demon Diderot in the south of the town has a way in this regard. After a few seconds of silence, the middle-aged man said in a casual tone. After saying that, he reached for the wine glass that still had a lot of wine and cleverly took the magic power potion beside the wine glass. "Thanks," Ito chuckled, then turned his hand and took out some gold fragments. He used his finger strength to pinch them into a small round pancake the size of an ancient gold coin and threw it on the bar. Clang, clang, clang. The small round pancake bounced repeatedly on the bar. Ito stood up, turned around, and left the bar. 10 minutes later, after some inquiries, Ito came to the door of the middle-rank demon Diderot's house and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" A somewhat bored male voice came from behind the door. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Diderot's house? I have something to talk to him about," Ito said loudly. Creak. After saying that, the closed door was opened with a soft sound, revealing the person standing behind the door. Let's call him Person for the time being. The person was about the same height as Ito, about 1.8 meters tall. He was a little thin and wore a slightly wrinkled, dark-colored clothes that looked sloppy. However, his skin was red, and there were some dark stripes on his long and narrow face. He had vertical pupils, pointed ears, and a short black tail swaying gently in his hand. He was a pure-blooded demon that was very rare in the demon world. "Who are you?" the demon asked with vigilance and suspicion in his eyes. "You are Diderot?" Ito raised his eyebrows. "Yes," the demon, Diderot, said impatiently. "A rank. This is the strength of a middle-rank demon?" Ito felt the other party's strength and thought in surprise. Seeing that Ito did not speak, Diderot urged impatiently. "What is it? Say it quickly. What I want to talk about is very secretive. Is it okay to say it here?" Ito turned his head and looked around and said softly. Diderot's house was located at the southern end of the town. The location was a bit remote, and the surroundings were very deserted. It looked like a place where only people on the fringe would stay, but did not mean that there were no pedestrians around. At least when Ito stood here and talked, 2 or 3 people passed by his sight. "I hope you really have something to talk to me about. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Diderot looked up and down at Ito and said angrily, "I promise I won't let you down." Ito smiled lightly. Diderot opened the door and motioned for Ito to come in. Ito did not hesitate and stepped into the room. Creak. Bang. Diderot closed the door behind him. Diderot's room was very big. It was more than 80 square meters, like a human family in the human world. The decoration style was retro and full of European style. The fireplace, sofa, cushions, and murals were arranged in a very reasonable structure. It did not match his somewhat sloppy image at all, which made Ito feel a little surprised. After the two entered the living room, Diderot, who did not ask Ito to sit down, directly ordered, "Say it. I want to go to the human world." Ito turned around, looked up at Diderot's eyes, and said lightly, "Then why don't you go to the northern territory of the Gemengli family in Triple X City? Why did you come to me?" Diderot's pupils shrank slightly when he heard the words. Then he frowned and sneered impatiently. "You should know why I came to you," Ito said lightly. "I don't understand," Diderot said coldly. In the demon realm, stealing was very dangerous. At the same time, if caught, you would be directly sentenced by the demon realm's court. So Ito completely understood Diderot's current behavior. After all, Ito was too unfamiliar to Diderot. Moreover, there were no regular customers between the two of them. Even the underworld's underworld would have scruples when doing business, let alone Diderot. A healing potion that can instantly restore life and a magic potion that can restore a large amount of mana in the shortest time possible. Ito said lightly. Diderot's eyes flashed with greed. I advise you to think clearly before you speak. With that, Ito's mind moved, and his aura burst out, and all of it oppressed Diderot on the opposite side. In an instant, Diderot felt his breathing stagnate. His whole body was sticky and blazing hot, as if he was in magma. At the same time, a terrifying, murderous aura penetrated his heart, making him feel cold and his whole body involuntarily tremble. Diderot looked at Ito with a face full of fear. Although he was clearly close at hand, he looked as far away as the horizon. About 2 seconds later, Ito withdrew his aura. Plop! Although he only endured 2 seconds of aura oppression, it felt as long as a century to Diderot. Therefore, the moment he was freed from the aura oppression, he immediately sat down without a care for his image. This is your reward. Go and arrange things for me. Ito turned his hand and took out a test tube bottle containing a faint fluorescent green liquid and a test tube bottle containing a dark blue liquid. He threw it at Diderot and ordered indifferently. Yes, yes. The frightened Diderot promptly nodded in agreement. Then he picked up the 2 test tubes, got up, and quickly ran into the room. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a burst of fierce mana fluctuations came from Diderot's room. Then, accompanied by a soft pop sound, Diderot came out with a young man who looked similar to him, but was clearly much stronger. You want to sneak into the human world? That young man sat down on the sofa in the living room and looked up at Ito, asking in a light tone. That's right, Ito said indifferently. You should know that this kind of thing is very dangerous. Especially if you do evil in the human world and get caught by a demon overlord who received the mission, the consequences would be even more serious. Ito faintly smiled when he heard that and once again released his aura, oppressing the young man on the sofa. In an instant, that young man's expression changed, and he looked at Ito with a pale face, his eyes full of bewilderment and fear. You are. After a moment, the young man who was freed from the aura oppression said in alarm. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I can guarantee my safety. Even if I'm caught, I won't confess anything about you, Ito said indifferently. Chapter 1683. With the previous deterrence of force, the following matters were much simpler. After some bargaining, Ito got a cardboard card with complicated patterns on the surface at the cost of 2 health potions and 2 MP potions. When using it, you just need to tear it apart, the young man explained. Ito nodded and didn't talk nonsense. He directly tore the card apart in front of the young man and Diderot. In an instant, a magic circle that was exactly the same as the pattern drawn on the card just now, but dozens or hundreds of times larger, appeared under his feet. It slowly rotated, blooming with soft, bright red light. Then, the magic circle burst into a dazzling light, forming a thick beam of light that surrounded Ito in the middle. Then, with a pop sound, it burst into crimson light fragments all over the sky and slowly dissipated into the air. The next moment, at the edge of a city, in a suburban forest, a red beam of light suddenly appeared on the ground, and after 2 seconds, it burst open, revealing Ito inside. Ito closed his eyes and carefully felt the energy composition around him. I'm finally in the human world. After a while, Ito opened his eyes, exhaled softly, and sighed softly. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. After some time, Ito appeared in a town. It was afternoon at this time, almost the same time as when he left the demon realm. In other words, the time on both sides is synchronized, right? Ito thought secretly. Let's check the current time first. Thinking of this, Ito turned around and walked toward the police pavilion not far away. Hello. When he came to the police pavilion, Ito called out. Hello. What? The policeman who was doing something raised his head and looked at Ito politely. However, before he finished his words, he saw 2 silver lights flashing in the other party's eyes, Then he felt dizzy and didn't know what happened. The policeman on duty was controlled by him. Seito walked into the police pavilion and picked up a smartphone that should be used by the policeman from the desk inside. With a flash of light in his hand, he broke the password on the phone with the electronic signal released by the discharge ability and obtained full control of the phone. Then Seito thought. Through the conversion of the electronic signal, he hacked into the police station's internal search system connected to the phone and searched for the information he wanted. Soon, a photo of a teenager without a hat appeared on the screen of the phone. The teenager looked very young, 15 or 16 years old, had brown hair, and his expression was a little silly and a little wretched. Issei, 17 years old, private Colt high school, living. On the right side and below the profile picture, the details of the person in the profile picture were displayed. Seito silently memorized the information, then deactivated the hack on the phone, put it back on the desk, and turned around. He left the police pavilion. After he left for more than half a minute, the policeman who was controlled suddenly blinked his eyes and looked in front of him blankly. He couldn't remember what he was doing. Then, he shook his head and went back to doing what he was doing before he was controlled. On the other side, after moving for a while, Seito finally arrived at the gate of Private Colt King Academy. As expected of an academy set up specifically to recruit outstanding servants. What a large defensive barrier. Standing in front of Chariot King Academy's gate, Yizichin muttered to himself. Seito looked up at the sky and said softly. Then, he took a step forward and unceremoniously passed through the barrier and walked into the school. It was 3:00 in the afternoon, and even the students of the high school had basically finished their normal classes and had started their normal activities. Therefore, Colt King Academy was very lively. Everywhere, one could see track and field members sweating profusely on the field, doing all kinds of exercises, and students on duty carrying trash cans out to take out the trash. Speaking of which, did that Issei guy join any of the departments? Seito searched for Issei in the school and recalled the information about him in the original work. I don't think so. Even if he did join a department, it was after he died and became a devil that he joined Ria's supernatural research department. Thinking of this, Seito's footsteps paused, and he couldn't help but stop. Forget it. I'll just look around the school. If I can't find him, then I'll go to his house, Seito thought to himself. After making up his mind, Seito did not hesitate and began searching for Issei Ito, who was a member of the homecoming department. With Seito's strength and disguise ability, he naturally did not need to worry about being discovered by Rias and the student council president, Choi Takangna, who were only superior devils. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Unfortunately, he did not find Issei Ito's whereabouts. Seeing this, Seito decisively gave up on searching the school and turned to leave Colt King Academy, moving toward Issei Ito's house. A moment later, Seito stood in front of a house. The house was a typical Japanese-style detached house, imitating the style of a European-style villa. It was divided into 2 stories, but due to the scarcity of land in Japan, there was no courtyard, and he could easily walk to the door. Seito reached out and pressed the doorbell. Creak! Half a minute later, with a soft sound, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman whose face was showing signs of aging. "May I ask who you are?" The woman asked hesitantly. "May I ask if Issei Ito is home? I am his senior, and I have something to ask him." With a tender face that is not afraid of the erosion of time, Ito-sei made a false excuse with a smile on his face. "Ah, it's Issei-senpai. Come in, Issei is home." Issei Ito's mother completely believed Sei Ito's lie and warmly invited him into the house. "Sorry to disturb you," Sei Ito said politely and walked into the house. Then, he took off his shoes at the entrance and followed Issei Ito's mother into the house. They walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor and stopped in front of a closed door. "Issei, someone is looking for you," Issei Ito's mother said as she opened the door. In an instant, a figure studying at a desk came into Ito-sei's sight. It was the person he was looking for, Issei Ito. "Ah, so you're studying. I thought you were looking at those unhealthy things again." Issei Ito's mother said with a regretful tone, as if it was a failure to catch her son reading magazines. Although I like reading magazines, how can I lose interest in reading them in broad daylight? Also, why did you say again? Issei Ito complained weakly as if he was used to it. Who are you? After complaining, Issei Ito turned his head and looked at Seito. It's me, Seito. Did you forget? Seito's eyes lit up with a silver light that represented the activation of his psychic force. He looked at Issei Ito and complained. The moment the silver light appeared in his eyes, Issei Ito's eyes went blank, and his consciousness went blank. Under Seito's control, Issei Ito nodded blankly. You guys talk. I will get you some tea, Issei Ito's mother said as she left the room and closed the door behind her. Bang! Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Seito didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately rushed to Issei Ito, who was sitting on a chair and looking at the door. He waved his hand, and a syringe appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into Issei Ito's arm. Then he lifted his thumb that was pressed on the end of the syringe. When the tether inside the syringe was pulled out, fresh blood flowed into the syringe. Then, Seito removed the syringe and threw Issei Ito and the syringe with his blood into the Rubik's Cube world. After doing all this, Seito's body relaxed slightly, and he activated the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Puff! With a soft sound, a new Seito appeared from the quickly disappearing smoke. The new Shadow Clone nodded at Seito, then smoke rose from his body again. When it dissipated, a new Issei Ito appeared in the room and sat back on the chair. He smiled and chatted with Seito, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. As for the content, Seito didn't even know what he was talking about. After more than 10 minutes, Seito pretended to get up and leave. He left Issei Ito's house with the help of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Now it's time for the next step. Seito sighed as he stood on the street. Then, he strode forward and found a relatively famous real estate agency in the town. He spent a large sum of money to rent an empty house from the agency and moved in. The new house was quite large, at least 80 square meters. It had 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The interior was fully furnished, and all kinds of appliances were available. If it wasn't for the fact that the furniture had been used before, he could just move in. Seito summoned a maid from the Rubik's Cube world and asked her to clean the room and change the bed sheets that had been used before. He then entered the Rubik's Cube world and started his work. He had 2 main tasks. First, he had to hand over the blood he extracted from Issei Ito's body to the biological laboratory and let them clone it. Second, he had to extract the Red Dragon Emperor from Issei Ito's body. Chapter 1684. There was nothing much to say about the blood processing. All he needed to do was transfer it to the Rubik's Cube, then send his orders to the person in charge. Instead, Seito was in charge of the extraction of the divine artifact. The divine artifact, as the name suggested, was an artifact created by God. In the world of the Demon Academy, the divine artifact was created by the God in the Bible. Every divine artifact had a special ability, and it could only be possessed by people with human blood. As long as the person was born with human blood, it was possible to obtain the divine artifact. For example, the unconscious Hyuta Issei who was lying in front of Seito. For example, another divine artifact owner, Aisha, would appear in this town in a few days. For example, some of the students in Kumo Academy. The divine artifact would operate according to the mental state of the host. If the host was in a depressed state, the divine artifact would be less effective than usual. Otherwise, the divine artifact's power would increase. Of course, this process would be affected by the host's original physical condition. However, no matter how strong or weak the divine artifact was, as long as it was extracted from the host's body, the host would lose his life and die. Therefore, just in case he couldn't save Hyuta Issei's life, he would first take his blood before extracting the divine artifact. Then he could clone an identical Hyuta Issei and give it to his parents. Seito walked to Hyuto Issei and squatted down. He reached out and pressed his hand in the middle of Hyuto Issei's chest. With a thought, he pressed his hand into Hyuto Issei's body. In an instant, as a dark circle of light appeared, Ito Issei's palm seemed to have sunk into the black mud, silently sinking into Hyoto Issei's chest. Seito's hand moved slightly. It seemed like he was searching for something. However, at this moment, Hyuto Issei's body shook slightly, and a strange power was transmitted from his body. Then, a layer of bright red armor with a ball of crystal jade on the back of the hand appeared, as if it was an illusion. It appeared on Hyuto Issei's left wrist from time to time, but couldn't stay still. "Drake," Seito said softly. "Oh, you actually know me." After about 3 or 4 seconds of silence, a slightly old voice came from Issei's body. Seito chuckled and said, "Since I've decided to scheme against your host, how could I not know about the Red Dragon Emperor's past?" The Crimson Dragon Emperor fell silent. "Are you not afraid of the Red Dragon Emperor's fate?" The Red Dragon Emperor's voice sounded again after a while. "I wouldn't have attacked him if I was afraid," Seito said softly. The Red Dragon Emperor understood that the he Ito Sei was referring to was its current host, Hyoto Kazunari. "And my goal is not only you, but also the White Dragon Emperor. I also want to get it," Ito Sei said again. "You're quite ambitious," the Red Dragon Emperor said in a strange tone. Seito smiled and said nothing. "I will observe your performance," the Red Dragon Emperor said again. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, because until now, I still haven't decided whether I should be your host, or let someone else have you," Seito said with a strange smile. The Red Dragon Emperor fell silent. "But don't worry, I won't let you go to waste," Seito promised again. "I hope so," the Red Dragon Emperor said softly. After saying that, he went completely silent. At the same time, the gauntlet that kept flashing on Hyoto Kazunari's left hand also disappeared. The corners of Ito Sei's mouth curled up slightly. He increased his strength and pulled his arm outward. A few minutes later, with a silent ripple, a real red metal gauntlet was pulled out of Hyoto Kazunari's body. Seito put the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet aside and turned to look at Hyoto Kazunari on the ground. Hyoto Kazunari's face was pale and bloodless. His breath was weak and the life energy in his body was leaking out at a rapid rate. Seeing this, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the power of the God of Life and created a ball of pure life energy in his palm. He then pressed it into Hyoto Kazunari's body. Almost instantaneously, Hiruto Kazunari's face became a lot rosier. But even so, the signs of life energy leaking out of his body did not disappear. A large amount of life energy was still leaking out of his body. As expected, a body damaged by a divine artifact is not easy to repair, Seito said softly. "I didn't expect you to be a god." The Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet on the ground glowed. The Red Dragon Emperor, Drake, said softly. Seito ignored the Red Dragon Emperor's words and continued to create a ball of life energy. He then poured it into Hyoto Kazunari's body. Just like this, over and over again, after an unknown amount of time, the loss of life force in Itsunari's body was finally completely suppressed. There is no longer a large loss of life force, allowing Itsunari's power to remain in his body and fully restore his body. It's finally done. Otherwise, I would have to make another body for him. Ito Sei, who threw the last bit of energy into Issei's body, stood up and sighed. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out Hyoto Issei's blood that he had previously extracted. Purple flames appeared in his hand as he burned the blood into nothingness. At this point, Hyoto Kazunari was useless to Seito and could be sent home. However, just as he was about to do so, his heart suddenly jolted, and he stopped. "No, although this guy's Red Dragon Emperor has now been extracted by me, the fallen angels and Rias don't know about it, and their attention to him has not decreased. If I just release him like this, he will still be affected by the world's correction power and step into the original world's development. At that time, without the help of the Red Dragon Emperor, this guy will be the most pure cannon fodder in history. I believe that in a few days, his bones will be ground to dust. If that's the case, it's better not to throw him back, Ito-sei thought. Thinking of this, Ito decisively stopped thinking about sending him back. He then released his power of the will and invaded Hyodo Kazunari's mind. He then used a gentle method to silently read Hyodo Kazunari's memories. It took him almost 3 days to read it. Retracting his power of the will, he rubbed his slightly swollen forehead and could not help but whisper to himself, should I say, as expected of the future breast dragon emperor. His mind is indeed full of opai. It cannot be helped. In Hyodo Kazunari's 17 years of memories, 60% of them were related to opai. The remaining 40% were all kinds of memories of his life. Even so, the content of his conversations with his friends was related to opai. He was an opai follower. Even now, Ito's mind was subconsciously filled with all kinds of beautiful memories of opai. He could not wait to summon Mayo and Yi to his side and bury himself in them. Ito used his strong rationality to temporarily suppress the desire in his heart. With a thought, he created another shadow clone. Then, the shadow clone changed again and turned into Hyodo Kazunari, who was lying on the ground. During this process, Red Dragon Empress was like a bystander. She did not say a word. After that, Ito waved his arm and sent Hyodo Kazunari to a medical institution. He then used his mind to send a command to the person in charge of the institution to maintain Hyodo Kazunari's normal bodily functions. Then, Ito brought Red Dragon Empress and Hyodo Kazunari's shadow clone out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the new house. You can go now, Ito said to the shadow clone. The shadow clone nodded, then used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. Almost the moment he disappeared, a small piece of unfamiliar memory rushed into Ito's mind. It was the experience of a shadow clone that was left in Hyodo Kazunari's house. It was the experience of the past 3 days. Among them, the one that he paid the most attention to was the appearance of a girl named Amanoshima. This was because this beautiful girl named Amanoshima was none other than the fallen angel governor Athiel, who had sent her to Hyodo Kazunari's side in the original work to observe him and judge whether he was good or bad. However, she acted arbitrarily and killed Hyodo Kazunari indiscriminately, pushing him into the embrace of the devil and making him the culprit who became Rias's servant. Fallen angel, Linari. In other words, the main story was about to begin 3 days later on Saturday. Ito muttered to himself, I'll just grab her and see if the fallen angel's body also has spiritual power. If so, what's the difference between it and the artificial eagle angel's spiritual center? If not, what's the core of their power? Then his mind couldn't help but think of the word opai. F***CK. Ito muttered with a depressed expression. Then, his figure flashed and returned to the Rubik's Cube world with the Red Dragon Emperor. He then threw her aside and once again set off to enter the Zeo family's old house that had been rebuilt according to the style of the old house on the Tensei continent that was evolved from the Tensei world. He appeared beside Yi, who was in a daze, reached out and hugged her in his arms, burying his head in her pair of plump breasts that were not inferior to Demon Rias's. As expected of an appa, Ito said softly in his mind, Done. Yi looked at Ito, who buried his head in her chest in shock. Nothing. I just suddenly missed this feeling, Ito said in a muffled voice without raising his head. Yi chuckled happily when she heard this. She reached out and hugged Ito's head, gently stroking his hair, allowing the hot breath exhaled by Ito to rush to the skin on her chest and arouse a layer of goosebumps. Chapter 1685. 3 days later, it was the appointed date with Amanoshima. On this day, the shadow clone transformed into Hyodo Kazunari was just like Hyodo Kazunari in the original work. He arrived at the appointed place 3 hours earlier than the appointed time, opposite a certain landmark building in the commercial street in the city center. There, he was looking at the bodies and breasts of the young beauties that walked past him from time to time with a gentlemanly gaze while killing time and boredom. During this process, a girl who was dressed strangely and seemed to be cosplaying a game character walked up to him with a bag in her hand. She stuffed a flyer with a complicated and strange magic array pattern into his hand. Ito lowered his head and looked at the words written on the paper. "Your wish is granted." This is the flyer sent by Ria's servant in the original work. Ito thought to himself as the shadow clone that was wearing Hyodo Kazunari's appearance. Then, he folded the flyer that could summon Ria's and put it in his pocket. He continued his gentlemanly behavior and observed the passers-by. After a while, a series of slightly hurried footsteps rang in his ears. "Sorry, I'm late." Along with the footsteps, there was also a pleasant female voice apologizing. Ito turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. The person who came was a girl. She was very tall. Including the short sandals, she was more than 7 meters tall. She was not much shorter than Hyodo Kazunari, who was only 7 meters tall. She wore a purple robe that exposed a pair of white legs to the air. The girl was very beautiful, with a round face. She had a slightly pointed chin, a near-perfect oval face, and a pair of cute big eyes that seemed to be able to speak and a smile on her face. It made people feel an uncontrollable rush of excitement. Her long, straight black hair was naturally draped behind her back. But what attracted Ito the most, or rather, the Hyodo Kazunari he was currently disguised as, was her breasts. It was still the pair of plump breasts in front of her. They were round and bulging, looking like 2 big steam buns. They were very tempting. "No, I just arrived." Ito turned his head to the side, mimicking the reaction of the real Issei Hatu. He quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then rubbed the back of his head with one hand and said with a silly smile, "Then let's go." Amano Shima slightly leaned forward and smiled. "Okay." Ito agreed. Then, just like in the original work, the two of them strolled around the clothing store under Amano Shima's guidance, looked at the small decorations that decorated the room, and so on, and enjoyed this date to the fullest. As for the lunch in between, the two of them, on the other hand, were very much in line with their disguises as high school students. They settled down in a family restaurant. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, it was evening in the blink of an eye. The sky was almost dusk. Just like in the original novel, the two of them arrived at the park where the story would unfold. Sure enough, it's an outsider who dispelled the barrier. He silently sensed the abnormality in the space. Ito's eyes flashed with a hint of realization as he thought inwardly. It was also because of the outsider who dispelled the barrier that there was not a single person in the park that should have been occupied by all kinds of couples. There was only him and Amano Shima, and it was an environment where they could do whatever they wanted. Finally, the two of them stopped in front of the big fountain in the center of the park. Amano Shima let go of Ito's hand that she had been holding. With her hands behind her back, she walked step by step to the fountain like a young girl and stopped in front of the fountain. She turned around and looked at Issei Hatu, who was standing at the same spot without moving. "I had a lot of fun today." Under the contrast of the fountain and the dim yellow light, Amano Shima, who looked extraordinarily beautiful, smiled and said. Then, Amano Shima slightly restrained her expression and said softly, "Hey, what's the matter, Shima?" Ito cooperated and asked back, "To commemorate our first date, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you?" Amano Shima asked softly, What do you want to ask me for?" Ito tried his best to pretend to be an innocent young man who had never experienced love as he said nervously, "Can I ask you to die?" Amano Shima's face bloomed with a smile, but her eyes were filled with an emotionless cold gaze as she looked straight at Issei Hatu and said, You just said, sorry, can you say it again? My ears seem to be weird." Ito's face showed a confused expression as he asked again, "Can I ask you to die?" Amano Shima's expression didn't change, and her tone didn't change as she repeated, Seito's face showed a stunned expression as he looked at Amano Shima blankly. Bang! At this moment, along with a muffled sound, a pair of black wings appeared on Amano Shima's back. The wings flapped lightly, and black feathers floated down and fell to the ground like cotton. I'm very happy when I'm with you. I feel like I'm playing house with a child. Amano Shima's face turned cold as she sneered. Hum! With a muffled sound, a slender light spear that looked like a javelin and was emitting yellow light appeared in the hands of Amano Shima. Or should I call her Linari now? Amano Shima's arm moved slightly, and the light spear shot towards the dumbfounded Hyodo Kazunari like lightning. However, just as the light spear was about to pierce through Issei Hada's abdomen, a white hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the front end of the light spear, stopping it when it was less than 1 centimeter away from Issei Hada's abdomen. Puff! A small tear appeared on Hyodo Kazunari's shirt. Plop! Hyodo Issei reacted like a normal human and sat down on the ground. Coincidentally, the demon contract flyer that could summon the demon lord, Riaz, fell out of his pocket and was caught by his hand. Someone save me. Issei Hatu prayed in his heart. Ooh! Amano Shima's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Ito, who appeared from the void. Just a passerby. Ito crushed the light spear into a large number of photon fragments. Amano Shima sized up Ito and found that he didn't have the presence of light that she hated, nor did he have the feeling that she was the same kind of demon. However, he was powerful and wasn't afraid of her photon weapon attack. She couldn't help but guess. Sorcerer? You can say so. Ito said. Are you sure you want to save that guy? Even if that guy is the target of the governor of our fallen angel clan, Lord Asashur's. Amano Shima sneered with mockery in her eyes. Wong. At this moment, a new buzzing sound spread out in Gong Yuan's ears. Then, a red light bloomed, and a huge, complex magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground beside Issei Hatu. It slowly rotated, and 2 figures appeared from it. Both of them were female. They were tall and wore the same student uniform. They had the same big boobs that would make normal girls jealous, and the same beautiful face that would make any man fall for them. Ito knew these 2 people. They were the main characters of the original work, the superior demon Riaz, Jaiminri, and her queen, one of the leaders of the human witches and the fallen angel clan, the queen of Thunder Angel, Junai Himejima. Stop it, all of you, Riaz, with her blood-red hair fluttering in the wind, said with a stern expression. Red hair? Is she from the Jaiminri family? Amano Shima frowned. This place is under my jurisdiction. I don't remember receiving a request for action from the Fallen Angel clan. Please explain the current situation to the Fallen Angel over there. Riaz looked at Amano Shima and said, Looks like I can't kill you today. But it's okay. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Amano Shima glanced at Riaz and then looked down at Issei Hado, who was still sitting on the ground. He didn't know what was going on. Then he flapped his wings and shot into the sky at high speed. He turned around and flew away. As for Amano Shima's departure, Riaz didn't stop him. After he disappeared completely, she turned her head and looked at Ito Sei, who was looking at her and Jura Himejima with a strange gaze. Is there anything you want to say to me, sir? Riaz said softly. Hello, Ms. Jaiminri. I'm Sei Ito, a freelance sorcerer who doesn't belong to any faction. From today onwards, I'll be staying in this city. Please take care of me in the future. Sei Ito put his right hand on his chest and bowed in a European-style greeting. Welcome, sir. As long as you abide by the laws here and don't engage in criminal activities, I believe this city will be a good place to stay. Riaz smiled. As the demon appointed by the demons to manage the city, most outsiders had to meet her and greet her when they came here. Otherwise, she could suspect that the other party had ulterior motives and carry out special surveillance. She could even expel them when necessary. Of course, Sei Ito also needed to meet the manager of the church here and the officer of the Fallen Angel clan if he wanted to lead a good life. Then, Mr. Sei Ito, can you explain what happened here just now? Rias, who knew each other's names after the preliminary meeting, asked again. Of course. It's like this. Seito smiled and explained. He was also very good at talking. He only said that he was wandering around to familiarize himself with the city's environment. He didn't expect to find traces of a barrier halfway through and rushed over out of curiosity. He happened to meet the fallen angel who wanted to kill this young man, so he killed him. As for what happened after that, you all saw it. Chapter 1686. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato for the tip. I see. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, Rias had a look of realization on her face. She then said to Sei Ito in a serious tone, "Thank you for saving my idiot junior." The shadow clone, Sei Ito, transformed into Issei Ito, looked at Rias in shock. Rias-senpai. It's nothing, it's nothing. Sei Ito smiled. But now that Miss Gimli is here, I don't think there's a need for me to be here. I'll take my leave. After that, Ito-sei gave Rias a farewell salute in a standard European aristocratic manner. When Rias-sei saw this, he politely returned the greeting. Ito-sei stood up and looked at Ito-sei, who was still sitting on the ground, in front of Rias and Himejima Jurai. Ito-sei then turned around and walked away without hesitation. After a while, he disappeared from Rias and Jurai's sight. Seeing Sei Ito leave, Rias had a thoughtful look on her face. Rias-senpai, can you tell me what's going on? Issei Ito asked hesitantly. Rias and Jurai looked at each other, nodded, and said, "It's time to explain everything to you." Then, without waiting for the confused Issei to ask any questions, he walked to the side of Issei with Himeshima Junai. Light burst out from under their feet, and a huge red circular magic circle with complicated patterns appeared, and the red light flashed. It enveloped the three of them, and then suddenly exploded, turning into photon particles that filled the sky and slowly melted into the air. The next moment, in a somewhat retro-looking house, a huge red magic circle appeared. The red light then exploded, revealing the figures of two women and one man. The three of them were none other than Rias, Jurai, and Issei Ito. This is... Issei turned his head and looked around the room. This was a room that resembled both a living room and an office. The area was huge. The room was about 40 to 50 square meters in size, and it was paved with rectangular brown wooden planks. Strange words that he had never seen before were written on the floor, the corners, the surrounding walls, and even the ceiling, giving off a strange and mysterious aura. But the most exaggerated one was in the center of the room. A complex, circular magic array that took up most of the room was drawn on the ground. Above the magic array, there were a few sofas and a large desk on the left, middle, and right. A petite white-haired girl was sitting on one of the sofas, flipping through a comic book in boredom. Kitten of Pagoda City, the name popped up in Issei's mind. The kitten must have sensed Sei Ito's gaze and looked up at Sei Ito. Their gazes collided. "This is Hyodo Ikimori," Rias introduced. The kitten nodded as a form of greeting. "Ah, hello." Hatu Ikamori nodded and greeted the girl. The kitten did not say anything. She looked away and continued reading the comic in her hand. While Hyodo, Kazunari, and Tachin Kitten were greeting each other, Rias walked over to Tachin Kitten's side and sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs that were so fair that they looked like they were glowing. Hatu Ikamori's gaze landed on Rias's legs, and a perverted expression appeared on his face. What a vulgar expression. In the quiet room, a voice that sounded like a murmur rang out. Hatu Ikamori instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. It was the kitten. He smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head with his right hand. "Have a seat, Hatu Ikamori," Rias said, pointing at the empty sofa across from her. "Oh," Hyodo Issei answered in a daze. He walked to the sofa opposite Rias and sat down. "President, here's your tea." Just then, Jurai Himejima walked over to Rias with a tray and handed her a teacup with golden patterns on it. "Thank you, Jurai." Riaz took the teacup and thanked him. Haimejima Jurai smiled and hugged the tray in front of her as she stood beside the sofa. Riaz took a sip of the black tea and put the teacup back on the tray. She looked up at Hatu Ikamori and said, "I'll get straight to the point. We're all demons." Hyodo Kazunari cooperated and showed an astonished and inconceivable expression on his face. "Look at the look of disbelief on your face. It can't be helped, it's not your fault. But you saw just now, right? That woman with black wings." "Shima." Hyodo Kazunari said the man's name subconsciously. "Shima. She's a fallen angel. They were originally angels that served God, but they fell into hell because of their sinful emotions. They're also the enemies of us demons." Riaz repeated softly before tossing it aside, and continued. "We demons and fallen angels have been fighting nonstop since ancient times to dominate the underworld, which is what humans call hell. Hell is divided into two sides, the territory of demons and the territory of fallen angels. Demons and humans would make a contract and demand payment in order to accumulate power. Fallen angels control humans to try and destroy demons. There's also a third force, which is the angels that follow God's orders to fight against demons and fallen angels. This three-way competition has been going on since ancient times until now." Ha, senpai, no matter what, this is too difficult for an ordinary high school student like me. Hatu Ikamori laughed awkwardly with a stiff expression. "You've been targeted," Riaz said softly. Hatu Ikamori's expression froze, and he couldn't say anything. "I can tell you clearly that the fallen angel just now contacted you for a certain purpose." Riaz didn't care about Hatu Ikamori's expression and took another sip of the black tea. She continued, "Purpose?" Hatu Ikamori asked with difficulty. "Yes, to kill you," Riaz said calmly. "If it wasn't for that magician, say Ito, who appeared in time, you might be dead now." Hatu Ikamori's mouth twitched. He wanted to smile, but he couldn't. After a while, Hatu Ikamori stood up from the sofa and asked angrily, "Why? Why did this happen to me?" "Calm down, Ikamori. This is something that can't be helped. No, I should say that you're unlucky, because not all of the bears will be killed." Riaz raised her voice slightly to match her serious expression. She stopped Hatu Ikamori, who was about to explode. She said, "What do you mean by unlucky?" Hatu Ikamori shouted unhappily. "She approached you to investigate if there's something dangerous on you. Maybe it's because the reaction wasn't obvious. That's why she spent so much time investigating. So she confirmed it. You do have a sacred gear on you," Riaz said calmly. At this point, Riaz's brows suddenly furrowed. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Issei Hugo once again. What's wrong?" Hatu Ikamori looked down at his clothes, not knowing what to do. He asked, "Icheng, raise your hand up high," Riaz said with a serious expression. Hyodo Issei had a puzzled look on his face. "Don't think too much. Hurry up," Riaz urged. Helplessly, Issei raised his left hand as he was told. "Close your eyes. Visualize in your mind what you think is the strongest," Riaz said again. Hatu Ikamori closed his eyes. His mind was filled with random thoughts. "Then think of him. Imagine him at his strongest." Riaz's voice continued by his ear. "Slowly lower your arm. Then imitate how he looks like the strongest. You have to do it seriously. It's useless to do it casually." Hyodo Issei imitated the original Hyodo Issei's pose and seriously imitated the pose of Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball when he was about to use his Kamehameha. "Finish him," Riaz urged again. Hatu Ikamori gritted his teeth and pushed his hands out. "Okay, open your eyes," Riaz said. Hyodo Kazunari opened his eyes and looked ahead. There was nothing there. "Riaz?" Tatsunai Himejima, who also noticed something wrong, called out, "Did we make a mistake somewhere?" Riaz crossed one hand in front of her chest, and the other hand was half bent. She lowered her head and thought. What do you mean?" Hatu Ikamori, who was still in his Kamehameha pose, asked. "Ikamori, do it again." Riaz looked up and said seriously, "Remember, you have to think about it seriously. Don't think about anything else." Oh, okay. Hato Ikamori replied blankly. Then he closed his eyes again and pretended to be in deep thought. At the same time, he imitated Sun Wukon's Kamehameha pose and pushed his hands out. Still nothing. Riaz frowned and murmured, Senpai? Hato Ikamori opened his eyes and called out softly. Okay, that's it. You can go back now. Remember, don't tell anyone about what I told you just now. Riaz regained her senses and looked at Hyodo Kazunari and reminded him. Even if I say it, someone needs to believe me. Hato, Ikamori murmured. Tatsunai, send Ikamori out. Riaz turned to Tatsunai Himejima and said, Yes, President. Tatsunai Himejima smiled. Sorry to disturb you. Hyodo Issei called out and followed Himejima, Junai, out of the strange and mysterious room. They followed the familiar old corridor to the outside of the building. In an instant, the familiar environment of Komodo Academy appeared in Itsumi Issei's eyes. This is a school. Hato Ikamori was surprised. Then he turned to look at the building behind him and said, This is an old school building. Okay, we'll stop here. Have a safe trip, Ikamori. Tatsunai Himejima chuckled. Then I'll take my leave. Hato Ikamori regained his senses and bowed to Tatsunai Himejima in a panic before quickly walking out of the school. After seeing Hato Ikamori leave, Tatsunai Himejima didn't stay downstairs. He went back into the old school building and returned to the Supernatural Research Club's activity room. At this time, Riaz, as the owner, was standing by the window of the activity room, looking at Hato Ikamori, who was walking away with a thoughtful expression. President, Tatsunai Himejima called out as he walked into the room. Did you find anything? Riaz looked away and asked Tatsunai Himejima. Nothing. Tatsunai Himejima shook his head. That's strange. Riaz muttered to herself. The next night was uneventful. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, which was Sunday. Hato Ikamori, who was frightened by the assassination attempt yesterday, stayed at home obediently. When his parents weren't around, he took out all kinds of rare magazines from under his bed, in the corner of his closet, and other secret places. He used the plump opals on the magazines to heal his broken heart. On the third day, Monday, he went to Komodo Academy full of energy and started his day as a student. However, Issei Hyuda noticed that although the assassination didn't succeed, all the things that should have taken effect were still in effect, making a Monoshima disappear from the memories of Matsuda and Motomoto. While he was studying at school, as usual, Sei Ito, who was dressed in a white casual suit, came to Komodo Academy with a paper bag in his hand. He walked straight to the school building. Wow, look, that guy's so handsome. Wow, look at him. He's here to apply for a job. Who knows? What position do you think he's here to apply for? I hope it's the PE teacher. How is that possible? Aoyama-sensei is very healthy now, and I don't know if he wants to resign. How could he let someone else be the PE teacher? Then what do you think? I guess a group of girls who happened to be in PE class on the field saw Sei Ito and began to talk about him like crazy. Listening to the remarks of the female students, Ito Sei, who had already walked to the gate of the teaching building, smiled softly and stepped into the teaching building, disappearing from the eyes of the infatuated female students. Sei Ito didn't stop walking. He went straight to the principal's office on the top floor and knocked on the door in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 1687. Come in. An old voice came from the office behind the door. Creak. Sei Ito reached out to turn the handle and gently pushed the door open. In an instant, a spacious office came into view. The office was not small, about 20 square meters. It was a horizontal rectangle with simple decorations, but it did not lose its elegance. Coupled with the dark color tone, it gave people a strange sense of simplicity. A large desk was placed at the end of the room, and a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion sat behind it. Under the sunlight shining through the glass behind him, he looked majestic and mysterious. Sei Ito secretly raised his eyebrows, stepped into the office, and closed the door behind him. Bang! Seeing Sei Ito walk into the room, a look of doubt flashed in the old man's eyes. "Hello, Mr. Principal. I'm Sei Ito. Please forgive me for disturbing you." Sei Ito slightly bowed and smiled. "What do you want?" The principal nodded slightly and asked in a low voice. "I want to apply to be a teacher in your school," Sei Ito said. Then he stepped forward and put the craft paper bag in his hand on the desk in front of the principal. "Our school is not short of teachers for the time being." The principal did not look at the bag on the desk and looked directly at Sei Ito. "No, you are short of teachers." Sei Ito smiled. Then, a silver light burst out from the depths of his eyes and pierced straight into the principal's eyes. Like an invisible steel needle, it pierced through the protective barrier of his consciousness and penetrated deeply into the principal's mind. In an instant, the principal's eyes went blank and became blank. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a burst of magic power, a strong counterattack immediately appeared and collided with Sei Ito's spiritual power. "The power of a mere middle-rank demon is not enough," Sei Ito said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, an even more powerful mental power gushed into the headmaster's mind. He forcefully suppressed the resistance in the other party's mind. Under the pressure of this strong spiritual power, Sei Ito quickly took control of the principal's consciousness. Yes, our school is short of teachers," the principal murmured. "So Ito-sensei graduated from that university. I didn't expect Ito-sensei to be such a talented student." In the corridor of the teaching building, one of them was wearing a black sportswear. Around his neck hung a whistle tied by a long string. A square-faced, middle-aged man with short hair that allowed one to vaguely see the color of his scalp chuckled. Beside him was Sei Ito, who had just completed his job interview and was also dressed in sportswear. The two of them walked side by side. "It's nothing," Sei Ito said modestly. "I'm a newcomer. Moreover, this is my first time as a PE teacher. I hope Teacher Sangshan won't hold back and teach me more." "Ah, no problem, no problem." In fact, children are very easy to teach. The teacher named Sangshan laughed twice and said with satisfaction. While talking and laughing, the two of them walked out of the teaching building and came to the playground. At this time, there were two groups of girls wearing white short-sleeve shirts and red sports shorts standing on the playground. Obviously, they were the students of the two classes who were about to start their PE class. In Japan, PE classes are divided between men and women, so it's either all boys or all girls. Unless it's a sports meeting, it's basically impossible to see male and female students standing on the playground together. "Hey, who is that guy? He's so handsome." The low voices of discussion sounded when Sei Ito and Sangshan appeared on the playground. After a while, Sei Ito and Sangshan walked to the front of the team. Sangshan coughed softly and motioned everyone to be quiet. Then he pointed to Sei Ito, who was holding the student roster, and introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Teacher Ito, the new PE teacher. Everyone, please welcome him." "Hello, everyone. I'm Sei Ito. Please take care of me in the future." Sei Ito stepped forward and introduced himself. Clap, 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 clap. Warm applause immediately rang out in the sports field. Obviously, the girls were very excited to have such an eye-catching PE teacher. "Okay." After feeling that it was enough, Teacher Sangshan said, "Let's start class. Today's content is very simple. It's a 200-meter run." No, spare me." As soon as Teacher Sangshan's voice fell, continuous complaints came from the mouths of the girls. "No discussion," Teacher Sangshan said with a stern face. "Now, turn right and run." Teacher Sangshan gave the corresponding instructions. Under the command, the two groups of students turned to the right in a somewhat disorderly manner and started running. The purpose of PE class is to let the students have a good body, so the content of the class is not strictly limited. It can be randomly arranged according to the needs of the students or the interests of the students, as long as the goal is to exercise the students' bodies. After the students ran away, Teacher Sangshan said to Sei Ito, "For example, If today's class is for the boys, you can first let them run a 100-meter run to warm up, then organize a basketball game or a football game for the boys to play. This way, the students won't feel disgusted, and it can also let them exercise their bodies in a relaxed environment and cultivate some interests. Hearing this, Ito Seiji sincerely admired the physical education teacher of Songshan High School. He couldn't help but recall the physical education classes in his previous life. The physical education classes were always occupied or even canceled. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Apart from that, there's only one test left, which must be held every month. That's basically it. Thank you, Teacher Songshan, I understand. Seito nodded. Teacher Songshan chuckled and patted Seito's arm. 200 meters was neither too long nor too short for a weak girl. Fortunately, there was no requirement in terms of speed. Therefore, after running for a while, she was able to finish the race smoothly. Teacher Songshan did as he said before the class started and dismissed the class, allowing the girls to do what they wanted. I'll leave the rest to you. Be careful, don't get hurt. Teacher Songshan said to Seito. Okay. Seito nodded. Seeing this, Teacher Songshan didn't stay any longer and returned to the classroom. Era, I didn't expect you to become a teacher in our school. Not long after Teacher Songshan left, a seductive and charming female voice sounded in Seito's ear. Seito turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a tall and slender figure with straight and slender legs that were naturally exposed to the air, with plump and round breasts that were like two big steam buns that filled up the white sports short-sleeve shirt. She had an ambiguous smile on her face, and her long black hair was tied up into a high ponytail that hung behind her back. She was a woman with a tall and slender figure. She was naturally exposed to the air. Her breasts were plump and round, like two big steamed buns that filled up her white sports short-sleeve shirt. Well, I also need to live. I need money. Seito smiled. Even so, you're really resourceful. You can actually become a teacher here. Teacher Songshan said with an enigmatic smile. Is it difficult? If you want, you could do it too, right? You only need a little skill. Seito said in surprise. Oh, Teacher Songshan laughed ambiguously. Actually, Seito understood Teacher Songshan's meaning very well. Don't underestimate Komoi Academy just because it looked like a simple private school, but in essence, it was run by demons. It was a school used to gather outstanding talents for certain people to choose their servants. From top to bottom, every position was controlled by the demons, including the teacher's recruitment. Otherwise, how could they be at ease leaving the relatives of the two current demon kings here? There must be a limit to how much they can be left alone. Therefore, Seito's recruitment could not be trusted by the actual masters of the academy, Ryaz and Choi Kangna, as well as the demons behind them. Therefore, Seito directly explained to Teacher Songshan. His goal was to send a signal that he did not know there was a secret behind this school. As for whether Teacher Songshan believed it or not, he could not be bothered. But then again, Seito looked at Teacher Songshan, who was wearing a student's sports attire, and said with a smile, "You look really attractive like this. Even I'm a little moved." Teacher, do you want to start a teacher-student relationship with me? Teacher Songshan tilted her head and said flirtatiously, "If Teacher Songshan is willing." Seito's eyes were pure, and he looked back at Teacher Songshan with a smile. That depends on whether teacher has the ability. Teacher Songshan chuckled. After that, she ignored Seito, turned around, and walked away. After a while, she disappeared from his sight. As for where she went, if Seito guessed correctly, she should be looking for Ryaz Jimenez. Teacher Songshan. Just as Seito was watching Teacher Songshan leave, a group of girls suddenly ran to his side and shouted, "Teacher Songshan, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? What kind of girl do you like? What is teacher's hobby? Do you have time on the weekend?" And so on and so forth. Similar questions were asked by the girls one after another. I say, you ask so many questions at once. Which one do you want me to answer first? Seito looked down at the girls in front of him who were absolutely cute in the real world and smiled brightly. Chapter 1688. Unknowingly, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know if the demons were investigating him, so they didn't want to touch him, or if they thought that it was convenient to keep him on campus for observation. Idose wasn't troubled by the school, demon forces, and still lived his leisurely life as a sunshine teacher. During this period, Idose also became familiar with some of the people in the city. For example, when he was having an affair with Jurai Himashima, he met the president of the student council, Serene. For example, when he was teaching, he got to know Kitten Deshang, Yudo Kiba, Shiro Kodo, Shinra Chuanji, and other famous main characters and supporting characters in the original work. One day in the evening, Hyodo Issei was walking home with a tired face. Hyodo Issei. At this moment, a slightly familiar female voice came from midair, attracting his attention. In an instant, a black-haired girl who was dressed like En's queen in some kind of hardcore club, wearing only a pair of black leather briefs and a bodice that was the same color but seemed to have been torn. There were a few tears in the bodice that could only cover her breasts. The black-haired girl's upper and lower hemispheres of her ample breasts, flat waist, and slender, fair legs were completely exposed to the air came into his sight. Although her appearance had changed and she looked a lot more mature, he could still vaguely see a certain outline. It was the Amano Shima who tricked him before, and now the fallen angel Linari. At this moment, the grayish-black wings on her back fluttered and helped her to float in the air. Shishima? Hyodo Issei shouted. Shima? Huh, I don't call myself by that childish name. Listen carefully. My name is Linari. Please don't call me by that disgusting name. Linari said with a faint mocking smile. Hyodo Issei was speechless. Well, there isn't much time left. Let me send you on your way. Linari's expression changed, and her eyes and face were full of coldness. A light vibration. It spread in the air. Then, the light gathered and formed a 2-meter-long laser gun that looked like a javelin used in the Olympics. It fell into Linari's hand. Again, Hyodo Issei murmured with a pale face. The next moment, the light flashed, and the spear pierced towards Hyodo Issei's chest. Pa! Suddenly, a soft sound rang out. The light spear was stopped by a white hand. I am very curious. What is the reason for you to persevere in hunting down an ordinary young man? The void trembled slightly, and Idosei's figure walked out of the void and looked up at Lina. He asked, Sensei Ido. Hyodo Issei let out a sigh of relief and greeted. It's you again. Linali's expression changed as she spoke with a dark expression. Pa. As soon as her voice trailed off, the javelin she was holding was crushed into countless photon fragments just like the last time, which quickly dissipated into the air. Issei, tell me. Why? Issei Ido turned his head and looked at Issei Hyuga from the corner of his eyes. He asked even though he already knew the answer. I think it's because of a divine artifact. Hyodo Issei said hesitantly. Idosei turned his eyes and looked at Linari again. Yes, that's the reason. Linari sneered. Divine artifact? I didn't expect you to have such a thing in your body. Seito said without turning his head. You all said I have a divine artifact in my body, but why didn't I know about it? Hyodo Issei asked in confusion. However, Seito and Linari didn't answer him. But if it's just a divine artifact, there's no need to alert the fallen angel clan to kill him. Seito asked again. You don't need to know that. Linari, who still knew how to keep secrets, said coldly. Seito shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. How about letting him go? Impossible. Linari rejected without hesitation. Then it seems we have to do it. Seito pretended to be helpless. When she heard Seito's words, Linari's expression changed. With a single thought, he summoned a blood-colored photon spear from the void. Seeing this, Ito Mori smiled and pointed his finger. A blue thunderbolt immediately fell from the sky and blasted towards Linari's body. Linari was shocked. She instinctively threw the spear in her hand. Boom! In the air, the spear collided and exploded with a loud explosion and dazzling white light. At this time, Seito's figure flashed and appeared behind Laneri. He swung his arm and hit her back. Whoosh! In an instant, Laneri fell from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into the ground beside her. Bang! An irregular depression with a diameter of 2 meters appeared on the solid cement floor. In the air, Seito pointed his finger at the ground. Another lightning bolt appeared in the sky and hit the ground where Laneri was standing. Boom! In the explosion, the lightning exploded and a large amount of sparks spread across the ground. The stench of burnt chicken feathers permeated the air in the evening. Seito flew down and landed next to Laneri. So strong. So strong. Even though he was watching his real body fight, Ito didn't forget his disguise and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. It's really like putting on a show until the end. If you want to deceive others, you have to deceive yourself first. Ito bent down and picked up the unconscious fallen angel Laneri from the ground. He straightened his body and turned his head to look at Issei and said, "All right, you are safe now, Issei." "Oh, thank you, Ito-sensei." Ito quickly bowed and thanked him. "Hurry up and go home. It's not safe around here for the next few days. Don't fall into the wolf's mouth." Ito joked. Ugh. Hyodo Issei had a stunned expression on his face. "I'm just kidding." Ito chuckled. Then his figure flashed, and he disappeared with Laneri. In the next moment, Ito appeared in his rented apartment and threw Laneri on the sofa. Bang! A large amount of black, curly feathers flew in the air. Ito waved his hand and caught all the feathers in his hand. With a thought, he ignited a purple-green flame and burned all the feathers into nothingness. After that, he walked up to the unconscious Laneri and pressed his finger on her forehead to release his will. The powerful spiritual energy was like a sharp sword that instantly cut through the self-protective barrier in Laneri's sea of consciousness and penetrated deep in her mind, beginning to erode her consciousness. Although Laneri was a fallen angel that was one level higher than humans, she was only a 2-winged fallen angel. In this group of fallen angels, the highest winged fallen angel could have as many as 10 winged fallen angels. In the main world, she was only a B-ranked fallen angel. How could she be a match for Ito, who had already broken through to the next level? Therefore, in less than an hour, Ito planted a will seed in the core of Laneri's consciousness and turned her into a subordinate. However, a fallen angel was still an angel in the end. Moreover, this world had the characteristic of being a servant to its master, so it would take some time to completely turn her into a loyal subordinate. Thus, after Ito planted the will seed, he ordered her to sleep so that the effects of the will seed could spread even faster. After that, Ito withdrew his hand and stood up. He threw a ball of pure life energy into Laneri's body. Almost as soon as the life energy entered her body, the burns all over her body healed at a visible rate. Not long after, she returned to her fair and smooth appearance from when they first met. As for the feathers on her wings, they would have to be repaired after she woke up. Ito glanced at the unconscious Laneri on the sofa and disappeared from the room with a thought. Since the will seed had been planted, there was no need to worry about her leaving on her own after she woke up. The next moment, Ito's figure suddenly appeared near Komodo Academy. After that, Ito walked into Komodo Academy and went straight to the old school building where Rias Jamonli was. A few minutes later, Ito arrived at the old school building that Rias had modified into an office, activity room, and living quarters. Finally, he stopped in front of the room that Hyodo Kazunari entered last time. Ito reached for the door handle and twisted it. Creak! The door opened gently and was pushed open by Ito. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The clear sound of flowing water came from the room. Ito walked into the room and said loudly, "Is anyone here?" Almost at the same time, a surprised female voice was heard. Then, the female voice said, "Wait." "Okay," Ito replied. Itosei didn't have to wait for long. It was only a little more than 3 minutes. Because of the water, a white bathrobe wrapped around Itosei's body, and her hair was still wet. Itosei walked out of the side room. Ito-sensei? Himejima Junai was surprised. TSK, what a beautiful view. Ito stared at the view on Himejima Junai's body and praised. Sensei, this is sexual harassment. Himejima Junai raised her arms in front of her chest and said with a smile. Well, Ito shrugged. Sensei, why did you come here so late at night? Himejima Junai also skipped the previous topic and asked with a smile. Chapter 1689. P.S. Thank you, Warlord Rosette, for your precious monthly votes. Thank you, Warlord Rosette, for your tip. Itosei turned around and walked to the European-style sofa to sit down like the owner of the room. His legs were folded together, and his hand were placed on his legs. He raised his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It seemed that there was a faint smile on his face as he looked at Himejima Jurai, whose smooth skin was revealed under the wet white bathrobe. I want to know more about Hyodo Kazunari, Ito said. Jidao Junai frowned when he heard this. Teacher, you seem to have made a mistake. As a teacher of the school, you should know more about Hyodo Issei than this student of mine, right? Then, a charming smile appeared on Jurina Himishima's face as she softly retorted. Himejima, you should know what I'm talking about. Ito shook his head. I'm sorry, Sensei. I really don't understand. Jurai Himejima said in a low voice as if she had been wronged. Sacred gear. Itosei said in a low voice. Hearing this, Jidao Junai finally stopped pretending, and his face became serious. I think we should talk about this openly. Ito looked straight into Jurai Himejima's eyes and smiled. You're right. At this moment, a large magic circle and red light suddenly appeared in the room. Riaz, Gimli, dressed in the Colt King Academy uniform, appeared in the room and said, President. Jurai Himejima turned around and greeted Riaz. Riaz walked straight to the sofa opposite Ito. She sat down, crossed her legs, and placed her hands on her legs. She looked back at Ito in a relaxed manner. As a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you set a good example? Riaz said softly. It was clear that Riaz had placed herself as the manager of the demons in the city, and not as a student of the Colt King Academy. Otherwise, with her etiquette education, she would not have used such a respectful term of address as sir, which represented distance. What do you want to know? Ito looked at Riaz with interest. He asked, Your true identity. Riaz replied calmly. Didn't I make it clear last time? Ito raised his eyebrows. Riaz did not say anything. At the same time, Himejima Jurai, who was no longer covering her chest with her arms, walked out of the room with a tray in her hands. She came to Riaz's side and picked up the white porcelain teacup with gold thread on the tray and handed it to Riaz. Thank you. Riaz took the teacup. She held the cup in one hand and took the teacup. He brought it to his mouth and took a sip. Jurai Himejima and left the room. Ding. Riaz put the teacup back on the tray and moved it in front of her stomach. All right, I'll introduce myself again. Ito shook his head helplessly. I'm Ito. I'm a freelance mage who doesn't belong to any faction. I've decided to stay in this town for the time being. I'm currently working in Komiyoshi Academy as a physical education teacher. Ito put on a serious expression and introduced himself seriously. Then where did you learn your knowledge of magic? Riaz asked softly again. Magical knowledge had always been a secret education. It could only be learned through one-to-one or one-to-many teaching methods. It was not like the public and private schools in the surface world that taught public knowledge. Therefore, as long as one became a mage, one would have a faction to belong to. Of course, it was not absolute. For example, the disciples of wandering magicians who had been expelled by certain sects, the descendants of magic families, and the rogue magicians who had obtained the inheritance by chance also existed. It was just that these people were destined to not have much success unless they were extremely talented and lucky. It's passed down in my family. My ancestor was a powerful exorcist. There are many exorcist techniques and magic information in my family. That's how I am now. Seito shrugged. These words weren't too much of a lie, but the truth was that they were talking about the Ito family in the origin world, not the unknown Ito family in this world. Riaz nodded slightly. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of the black tea. She thought to herself, I'll go ask Chunji later and see if she knows about this exorcist family called Ito. Chunji, full name Shinra Chunji, was another relative of the current Demon King in Kumiyoshi Academy. She was the queen of the student council. Just like her surname, she was born in the Shinra family, an exorcist family with a long history in this world. In terms of status, her family was like Jaimin's in the underworld. It was a famous family among exorcists. It had a strong appeal and had its own intelligence network. It could be said that she was very familiar with the exorcist forces. It was like a local snake. Riaz, who put the teacup back on the plate, looked up at Seito and asked, What do you want to know, sir? What's your attitude towards Hyodo Issei? Ito-sei stared at Riaz without blinking and said in a low voice. Riaz frowned when she heard that. Just now, before I came, the fallen angel that I saw last time attacked him again. Before Riaz could say anything, Seito continued. As expected, Riaz's expression changed when she heard that. Fortunately, I happened to be nearby at that time, so I saved him again. Seito's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Himajima Junai, who had changed out her bathrobe and put on the Kumiyoshi Academy uniform. She walked into the room and smiled. It should be considered a surprise. I found out why Hyodo Ichinari was being hunted. There's a divine artifact in his body. Are you trying to extract the divine artifact from Hyodo Ichinari? Riaz asked with a serious expression. Seito smiled and did not answer immediately. Just like that, he stared at Lias without blinking. Riaz, who did not get an answer, frowned even more. However, just as she was about to speak, Seito's voice sounded again. Of course not. Seito leaned back on the sofa and smiled. Oh, Riaz looked at Seito in surprise. Himajima Junai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Although the divine artifact is very good, it is a bit useless for me. Unless it reaches the level of divine artifact, I am not interested in ordinary divine artifacts. Ito-sei said with a proud face. Also, although I am not proficient in divine artifacts, I am confident in my ability to tell if there's a divine artifact in someone's body. Therefore, I am very sure. There is no divine artifact in Hyodo Ichinari's body. I really don't know what that fallen angel was thinking. Why would she think that there is a divine artifact in his body? Seito continued without waiting for Riaz and Himajima Junai to say anything. Are you sure that there is no divine artifact in Hyodo Ichinari's body? Riaz asked. I am sure. Seito answered with certainty. Riaz turned her head. She and Himajima Junai looked at each other. Since Sensei is sure that there is no divine artifact in Hyodo Ichinari's body, why are you here to ask about our attitude towards him? Himajima Junai, who had not spoken since Riaz took over the conversation, looked at Seito and asked, It's simple. I'm going to include Hyodo Ichinari in my observation range. I want to see if there is a divine artifact in his body. Let me put it this way. I am very curious about his ability to make the fallen angel misjudge him. I want to understand him. Seito smiled. Of course, this was a lie. He only came here for one purpose, which was to tell Riaz and Himajima Junai that Hyodo Ichinari did not have a divine artifact in his body. He wanted them to give up on recruiting him as their dependent. He also wanted to observe Hyodo Ichinari personally. He wanted to get rid of any thoughts that they might have and remove Hyodo Ichinari from her list of dependents. You really just want to observe him? Riaz asked. I'm not a mad scientist. I'm not interested in dissecting someone just because of a special case. Seito, who vaguely understood what Riaz was worried about, smiled. If that's the case, then there is no problem. Riaz nodded. Then I am relieved. Hearing Riaz's answer, Seito knew that Riaz had basically given up on Hyodo Ichinari as her intended dependent. He smiled and relaxed. Then he stood up from the sofa and said to Rias, "Since we are done with the business, I will not disturb your rest. Goodbye. Junai, let me send Ito-sensei out." Rias, who also stood up, ordered. Okay. Himejima Junai agreed. Ito did not refuse and followed Himejima Junai out of the Supernatural Research Department's activity room. Looks like it was not my illusion. The reflection of the divine artifact did disappear from Hyodo Ichinari, but it is strange. There was still a vague reflection before. Why did it suddenly disappear? Seeing Ito leave, Rias, who sat back on the sofa, lowered her head and pondered. But no matter how she thought about it, she would never have thought that the real Hyodo Ichinari not only had his divine artifact taken away, but he was also imprisoned. Now, their Hyodo Ichinari was just a shadow clone. On the other side, just as Rias lowered her head and pondered, Ito and Himejima Junai both arrived at the old school building. "Sensei, this is as far as I can go." Himejima Junai, who stood at the door, smiled. "Is that so? That's really rare. I thought Junai classmate would send me all the way to the school gate." Ito-sei said with a disappointed expression on his face. Himejima Junai smiled and did not answer. "By the way, Junai, do you have time this weekend?" Ito paused and asked again. Era. Does sensei want to ask me out?" Himejima Junai said with a smile. "Yeah. I don't know if sensei has the honor." Ito looked at Himejima Junai and said with a smile. "Well, there are still a few days before the school starts. I'm not sure if I have time." Himejima Junai squinted her eyes and smiled. "Then Friday it is. After school ends on Friday, I will look for you. You can give me a definite answer." Ito said after thinking about it. "Sensei is really persistent." Himejima Junai said. "It is because Junai is so beautiful and cute. Sensei has been deeply attracted to you. I can't help myself." Ito said half-jokingly. Sensei, is this a confession?" Himejima Junai, who did not expect Ito to say such explicit words, was stunned. "You can say so," Ito said with a smile. "So perfunctory." Himejima Junai said softly. "Okay, I should go up. Goodbye, sensei." Then, without waiting for Ito to say anything, Himejima Junai said, "Okay." Ito, who knew when to stop, nodded and said. Then, he waved at Himejima Junai, turned around, and walked out of Fogio Academy. Not long after, he disappeared around the corner of a building. A few minutes later, Ito left Fogio Academy. In a corner where no one was paying attention, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the apartment he rented in town. At this time, fallen angel Inari was still lying on the sofa, unconscious. Ito did not care about it and walked straight into the bedroom. He sat cross-legged on the bed, activated his technique, and silently entered a state of cultivation. Breathe. A faint aura of vitality began to appear around Ito, illuminating the dark room with a faint light. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, accompanied by a long exhalation, Ito woke up from his meditative state, ended his cultivation, and slowly opened his eyes. Then he opened his legs, stood up, turned around, and walked out of the room. "Master." As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, a slightly nervous female voice rang in his ears. Ito turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. It was fallen angel Inari. At this time, she was kneeling on one knee on the ground, bowing her head to Ito. "Can you cook?" Ito asked lightly. "Yes, master." Hearing the question, Linari quickly replied. This was not a lie. According to the original work, the fallen angel governor of Salshay, in addition to being a warrior, the fallen angel women also had the duty to use their beauty to seduce men of other races to obtain information. Therefore, things like seduction, bedroom techniques, cooking, and so on were also their specialty. Otherwise, how could they obtain the satisfaction of men and obtain useful information from them? "Go get me breakfast." Seito nodded and casually ordered. Then, ignoring Lineri, he turned around and walked to the bathroom to wash up. Yes. Lineri quietly breathed a sigh of relief and replied. Chapter 1690. 10 minutes later, Seito sat at a table with an exquisite Western breakfast. The breakfast was very simple and standard. It consisted of a few pieces of wheat bread that had been roasted to a golden brown, a fried egg, 2 slices of ham, a sausage, a lettuce leaf, a serving of milk, and 2 halves of an apple. It could be said to be nutritious and balanced. Seito picked up the knife on the table and began to attack the breakfast on the table. Why did you attack Hyudo Issei? Seito suddenly asked during the meal. Sir, it was because I received an order from my master. Lineri lowered her head and replied respectfully. Just like the relationship between the devil's chess and the devil's chess, there was a similar master-servant relationship in the fallen angel system. However, the method and nature were somewhat different from the devil's chess. Similarly, as one of the 3 major forces in the war, the angels also had a similar system. Master said that the artifact in Hyudo Issei's body is very dangerous. If the opponent is a dangerous person, kill him. Under the influence of the spiritual seed in her core consciousness, Lineri truthfully stated the real order. Who is your master? He put a piece of egg white into his mouth with a fork and chewed. It's Governor Asashel. Lineri said with a face full of admiration and respect. It was clear that Lineri, who had just been planted with the spiritual seed, was not deeply affected. She did not change her true thoughts about Asashel. I didn't know that your status was so high. Seito sneered. Lineri's expression froze, and she lowered her head awkwardly. Don't trouble Hyudo Issei in the future. Seito used the knife to cut the sausage into small pieces as he ordered. Yes, Lineri replied respectfully. Right. I heard that you have a church under your command? Seito asked again. Yes, sir. Lineri replied respectfully. Very good, Seito said as he put the knife and fork in his hand on the plate. He took out a piece of tissue from the box on the table and wiped his mouth. In the next few days, a nun with a healing artifact might come. Pay close attention. When she appears, remember to inform me. Yes. Seito threw away the tissue, stood up, and walked to the entrance. Remember to clean up the room. Seito's voice echoed in the room. Yes. Okay. Bang. The door opened and closed, then slammed shut again. What's your name? The fallen angel Lineri, who looked like the queen of a certain hardcore club, sat on a chair. She lowered her head to look at the kneeling blonde girl in a green dress and a white nun's hood. She asked with a cold expression. This was a very large hall. It was more than 100 square meters. Long wooden chairs were arranged neatly, enough for 4 people to sit side by side. It looked like a mass hall in a church. Sir Angel, my name is Aisha Alzet. The blonde girl's voice trembled as she answered. She didn't know if it was because of nervousness or fear. A cold smile appeared on Linali's face as she looked at the trembling Isha. Fred, Lineri suddenly called out. Sir Angel, what are your orders? A young golden-haired man with a sickly smile on his face walked out from the shadows. He looked at Linali with a fervent gaze and spoke. I'll leave her to you for now. Take her to familiarize herself with the mission. Lineri ignored the burning gaze of the young man named Fred and ordered. Yes, Sir Angel. Fred put one hand on his chest and bowed. Hearing Fred's reply, Lineri stood up from the high chair and flapped the wings on her back. She quickly soared into the sky. Aisha, pretty girl, we'll be companions from now on. Seeing Lineri fly away, Fred stood up and walked up to Aisha. He leaned forward and licked his lips with a perverted smile. You. Nice to meet you, Father Fred. Aisha moved back slightly and greeted him with a nervous expression. He. Seeing Aisha's scared expression, Fred laughed strangely. Come with me. I'll take you to your future dormitory. After a while, Fred straightened up, turned around, and walked forward while speaking with a bored expression. Yes, yes. Aisha agreed. She quickly stood up from the ground and picked up the suitcase on the side and followed with difficulty. Not long after, he disappeared from the hall together with Father Freed, leaving behind an empty mass hall that was covered in dust. It seemed that no one had used it for a long time. At the same time, under the illumination of the setting sun, Chariot King Academy was covered in a layer of multicolored light. Goodbye, Ito-sensei. Ito-sensei. Goodbye, sensei. In the greetings of the students of Komoyo Academy, Ito-sei, who was dressed in casual clothes, slowly walked out of the campus and came to the bus stop not far from Komoyo Academy, waiting for the arrival of the bus with the students who were also waiting for the bus here. Seito and the others didn't have to wait for long. In less than 10 minutes, a bus with cosmetics advertisements on the surface stopped at the bus stop. Screech. The bus door opened. Seito and the other students lined up and got on the bus. They each found a seat and sat down. Then, with another chi sound, the door closed, and the bus started to move slowly. Along the way, after more than 10 minutes, they stopped near Ito-sei's rented apartment. Seito, who had been waiting at the door, got off the bus and walked toward the apartment. Sir, just as he arrived at the apartment building and was about to go upstairs, Lineri's familiar voice rang in Ito-sei's ears. Ito-sei ignored Lineri and continued to walk into the building. He walked up the stairs to the floor where the apartment was located and finally stopped in front of the door of the rented apartment. Seito took out the key from his pocket and inserted it into the door lock in front of him. Walla, walla walla, the door was opened, and Ito Mori and Lineri, who was behind him, walked into the house together. Bang! The door closed automatically with the help of the stretchable iron. Speak. Seito took off his shoes and walked into the apartment. Sir, the nun you told us to pay attention to has appeared. Lineri also took off her shoes and walked into the apartment. What did you do with her? Seito raised an eyebrow and asked again. She was temporarily taken care of by another one of my men. Lineri replied. Seito nodded and didn't say anything. Then he walked straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He reached for the remote control and pressed it on the TV. Ha! A burst of laughter that was commonly seen in variety shows immediately came out from the television screen that had yet to light up. Seeing Seito's action, Lineri didn't say anything. She walked into the kitchen, took out fresh vegetables, eggs, and meat from the refrigerator, and made dinner for Seito. Since she was brainwashed, things like 3 meals a day were all handed over to Lineri, as if she was a maid. Do. After a while, the rhythmic sound of cutting echoed in the room. How many fallen angels are there in this city? At this moment, Seito's voice suddenly sounded and asked, I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a low-level member in the clan, so I don't know how many of my kind there are in this town. Lineri, who stopped what she was doing, turned around and said apologetically, How many can you contact? Seito asked again. 3. Lineri answered without hesitation. Contact them. Seito ordered. Yes. Lineri responded. Also, inform me immediately after you contact them. I want to see them. Seito added. Yes. Then, seeing that Seito didn't have any more orders, Lineri packed up the things in her hands again. After more than half an hour, a sumptuous Japanese dinner was presented in front of Seito. Seito, who was sitting at the table, didn't hesitate and started eating. On the side, Lineri carefully served. After the meal was over, Lineri took the initiative to clean up the table. Then she said goodbye to Seito and left through the window of the apartment, disappearing into the night. The next day, Friday, Seito, as usual, came to Kumo Academy and began a day of teaching. In fact, rather than teaching, it was more appropriate to say that he was just idling around. Because for the whole day, except for going to the playground and showing his face in front of a few classes, there was nothing to do at all. He was leisurely and carefree. In this way, he occasionally helped some female teachers in the academy and became familiar with them. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for school to end again. Seito smiled slightly, got up, left the faculty room, and walked toward the old school building. Coincidentally, on the way, he happened to meet Jurai Himejima, who was also going to the old school building. Student Jurai. Ito stopped and looked at Jurai Himejima. Ito-sensei. Jurai Himejima greeted. Do you still remember our agreement the other day? How about it? Do you have time tomorrow? Ito asked with a smile. It's rare that sensei still remembers. Jurai Himejima smiled ambiguously. Sure, I have time tomorrow. I can go on a date with sensei. Chapter 1691. So it's settled then? Ito smiled. After some discussion, the two finally agreed to meet at the entrance of the shopping street in the center of town at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Himejima Jurai smiled. Then the two said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Ito turned around and walked out of the campus. Then, as usual, he took the bus back to his rented apartment. As expected, Lineri, who was dressed like the queen of the hardcore club, was already waiting there. Sir, I've already agreed to meet them at the forest beside the North Mountain Church at 8 o'clock tonight. Lineri reported. I understand, Ito said calmly. After reporting the matter, Lineri continued to act like a maid. She walked into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner for Ito Seiji without realizing it. It was already nighttime. There were less than 10 minutes left until the meeting time. Sir, it's time to go. Kneeling on the ground, Lineri gently tapped Ito's calf with her hands clenched into fists. She looked at Ito, who was sitting on the sofa with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Okay. Ito nodded slightly and took back his hands from Lineri's body. He opened his eyes and stood up from the sofa. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the room with Lineri, who had just stood up and appeared in the sky outside the apartment. Lead the way, Ito said calmly. Over there. Lineri pointed in the distance with a surprised expression. The church building that appeared somewhat dark in the pitch-black night said. Ito-sei glanced at the church. Then with a thought, he disappeared from the sky with Lineri. The next moment, they appeared above the European-style church. After teleporting twice, under the influence of the spiritual force seed in the depths of her mind, Lineri suddenly felt a sense of admiration and respect for Ito. She couldn't help but look at Ito's face with admiration. Obviously, in her heart, Ito's position had gradually replaced the original Asashal and became the person who needed her to give her everything. Continue. Ito glanced at Lineri. He said calmly, Sir, please follow me. Lineri quickly said after coming back to her senses. Then, she flapped her wings and flew toward the forest on the side. Ito didn't hesitate and flew up and followed her. Just like that, the two of them flew for more than 50 meters. Finally, they stopped in the air above a clearing. They slowly landed on the ground. At the same time, on the tree branches and rocks around the clearing, the figures of two women and one man gradually came into Ito-sei's sight. The three of them looked like humans. Among them, the man's figure was more comfortable, and he wore a gray-brown suit that European nobles loved to wear. He wore a black tall hat and held a black walking stick in his hand. His face was pale, and he looked like a foreign nobleman who drank too much. The two women were one tall and one short. The tall woman was very tall, like a model from the entertainment industry. She was wearing a red and black evening dress. Her breasts were huge. In terms of size, they were even bigger than Lena Lee's. They could be considered really huge breasts. The short woman was petite and looked like a middle school student. She was dressed like a maid. Lineri, who is he? Seeing Lineri's arrival, the petite maid frowned and questioned. Could it be that he's your lover? Before Linali could say anything, the tall girl teased her. Lineri, when did you change your taste? The male fallen angel said without any reservations. Shut up. Hearing the three's teasing, Lineri's expression changed, and she immediately shouted. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? The tall woman continued to tease. Calavana, do you want to die? Lineri's expression darkened, and she said coldly. Seeing the change in Lineri's expression, the female fallen angel Calavana knew that if she continued to joke, Lineri would go berserk. Her expression changed, and she immediately shut her mouth. Similarly, the other two fallen angels tactfully shut their mouths that wanted to tease or ridicule Laneri. My lord, seeing that the three of them were stunned, Laneri turned around and called out softly, My lord! Hearing Laneri's address to say Ito, the three fallen angels' expressions changed immediately. Say Ito stretched out his arm and pointed at Calavana and the other two fallen angels. The next moment, an invisible force instantly landed on the three fallen angels. It was as if a mountain weighed 10,000 pounds and pressed them to the ground. Bang! Plop! Laneri, what is the meaning of this? The male fallen angel looked at Laneri with a sour expression and questioned. Laneri sneaked a glance at Sei Ito beside her, and it didn't say a word. Knock them out. At this moment, Sei Ito's voice sounded. Yes, my lord. Laneri responded respectfully and walked toward the three fallen angels. Laneri, are you betraying your race? Calavana questioned loudly. After the war, the population and talents of the three races were severely depleted. Due to certain reasons, they were on the verge of extinction. It was because of this that the devils developed the devil's chess and reincarnation system to nurture talents and protect the future generations. Similarly, the angels had also developed a similar card system. But even so, it was still very difficult for the purebred bloodline to continue, not to mention the fallen angels who needed to rely on the fallen angels to replenish their numbers. Therefore, unless they were caught, they would be severely punished for framing their own race. Unfortunately, although Laneri's personality was still despicable and sinister, she was 100% loyal to Sei Ito under the influence of the spiritual power seed. She didn't care about the possible consequences of her actions, so she directly ignored the fallen angel Calavana's verbal deterrence and knocked the three of them out one by one with a sneer. Seeing that the three fallen angels had fainted, Sei Ito didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately threw the three of them into the Rubik's Cube world. While the Rubik's Cube sealed their powers, he sent them to the biological laboratory and arranged for them to conduct a physiological analysis with the big experiments researchers, such as Kenwei, Akiji Ritsuko, Scarlett O'Hara, and Shia Atsuko, who had outstanding research abilities in spiritual methods. Do you know where the nun named Aisha is? Sei Ito retracted his psychokinesis and asked Laneri. I can find them through some methods, Laneri replied. Take me there. Sei Ito ordered. Yes. Laneri responded and quickly closed her eyes to cast a secret technique to connect with the mark she left on Freed. Laneri, who is he? Seeing Laneri's arrival, the petite girl dressed as a maid frowned and questioned. Could it be that he's your lover? Before Lanali could say anything, the tall girl teased her. Laneri, since when did you change your taste? The male fallen angel asked without hesitation. Shut up. Hearing the three's teasing, Laneri's expression changed, and she immediately scolded loudly. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? The tall girl continued to tease. Calavana, do you want to die? Laneri's expression darkened, and she said coldly. Seeing the change in Laneri's expression, the female fallen angel Calavana knew that if she continued to joke, Laneri might really go berserk. Her expression changed, and she immediately shut her mouth. Similarly, the other two fallen angels tactfully shut their mouths that wanted to tease or ridicule. My lord, seeing that the three fallen angels were stunned, Laneri turned her head and called out softly, My lord! Hearing Laneri's address to Sei Ito, the three fallen angels' expressions changed immediately. Sei Ito stretched out his arm and pointed at Calavana and the other two fallen angels. The next moment, an invisible force instantly descended upon the three fallen angels. It was as if a mountain weighed tens of thousands of pounds and pressed them to the ground. Bang! Plop! Laneri, what is the meaning of this? The male fallen angel looked at Laneri with a sour expression and questioned. Laneri secretly glanced at Sei Ito beside her, but did not say anything. Go knock them out. At this moment, Sei Ito's voice sounded. Yes, my lord, Laneri replied respectfully, and then walked toward the three fallen angels. Laneri, Are you rebelling against your race? Calavana questioned loudly. After the war, the population and talents of the three races were severely depleted and were on the verge of extinction due to certain reasons. It was because of this that the devils developed the devil's chess and reincarnation system to nurture talents and protect the future generations. Similarly, the angels had also developed a similar card system. But even so, it was still very difficult for the purebred bloodline to continue, not to mention the fallen angels who needed to rely on fallen angels to replenish their numbers. Therefore, unless one was caught, they would be severely punished for framing their own race. Unfortunately, although Laneri's personality was still despicable and sinister, under the influence of the spirit power seed, her loyalty to Sei Ito was 100%. She did not care about the possible consequences of her actions, so she directly ignored fallen Angel Calavana's verbal deterrence and knocked the three of them out one by one with a sneer. Seeing that the three fallen angels had fainted, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately threw the three of them into the Rubik's Cube world. While letting the Rubik's Cube seal their powers, he sent them to the biological laboratory and arranged for them to conduct a physiological analysis with the big experiments scientific researchers, such as Kenway, Akiji Ritsuko, Scarlett O'Hara, and Shia Atsuko, who had outstanding research abilities in spiritual methods. Do you know where the nun named Aisha is? Sei Ito asked Laneri after retracting his psychokinesis. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.